We build smarter, better, faster every day.
We build quality you can rely on.
We build the boards that make innovation possible.
We build the future at Touchpad Electronics.
Building together. Good luck to all the teams, and thank you to the mentors, families, volunteers, and organizers who support these students, and have a wonderful competition.
Thank you, Christine, for all you do here for our students at MHS. Now, we'd like to recognize a group of volunteers that you're going to get to know very well here on the playing field. Their job is, of course, to ensure fair play, enforcing the rules, and to help all of our teams compete intensely while remembering your gracious professionalism. The referees and the rules are final. There will be no video reviews. Now, remember also, this is an off-season event, and so we are using this opportunity to train up some new and fresh referees, so please bear with us for that. But please give it up for your referees, led by first alumnus Miranda Johnstone. Along with making sure we have a fair competition, safety is also a huge priority here at First, and we would like you to have fun while being safe at the same time. Here at the event, we'd like to make sure you and your team have a safety plan in place. So mentors, please make sure to communicate to your team your safety plan and a designated meeting place to your team in case of an emergency. Mentors and coaches, you are critical to our First experience. You help set the culture at First and are a part of the far-reaching support system that we've built for students around the world who are here to realize their dreams. A big thanks to all of our mentors and coaches for your dedication and events at all of our First programs. Let's give it up for our mentors and coaches. And finally, we have a few venue, housekeeping, and safety reminders before we get started. Please note the location of our emergency exits around the facility, as well as there is a fire extinguisher at the scoring table. Safety is everybody's responsibility, so please help us by keeping our walkways and exits clear. And if you see something unsafe, like a tripping hazard or a spill or some battery acid on the ground, please correct the issue immediately or ask at our welcome table for help. An additional reminder from our field staff to make sure any of the wild fuel that gets blasted off the field is returned to the field staff and not thrown directly onto the field. And as always, let's make sure that everything you do at the tournament reflects the spirit of gracious professionalism. The First community cares deeply for one another, so if you notice somebody who is having a tough time, take a moment to check in and see how you can lend a hand. If anything or anyone is making you feel uneasy, do not hesitate to reach out to a trusted adult for assistance as well. Together, we can ensure that this event is fun and safe for everyone. Before we power up our robots and start our qualification matches, please rise for our national anthem. All right, folks, who's ready to play Rebuilt? I know I'm ready to watch some great matches. We've had some great tournaments here at the districts and the state, and I'm really excited to see what you guys have done with your robots in the preceding months afterwards. So we're going to get it over to our MROC live desk as our robots enter the field. You'll be hearing two other voices here today, so please give it up also for our game announcers and First alumni, Brandon Baker and Brian Charles Jr.
Welcome to everyone in-house and on-stream to MROC Live. I'm First alumni Andrew Pranger.
I'm First alumni Ryder Ben Dixon.
I'm First alumni Aaron Lowry.
We are so excited to be here at MROC 2026, and we're extra pumped to be hosting the MROC Live Desk for the second year in a row. MROC Live is our live show where we give the main stage to all of you, the teams, students, mentors, and volunteers who make these events happen. This weekend, you will see and hear from a variety of First participants at this desk and learn about all the awesome team-led initiatives across the state of Wisconsin.
And this means we'll need your help to put on the show. All weekend long, we're going to be taking volunteers to star on the desk. So if you're interested and you're talking about all the incredible things that you and your team are doing, please sign up right here in between matches. We'll get you on here. Oh, speaking of all the incredible things that teams are doing, let's take a look at everything that teams have done so far this season. So,
Yeah, I think to get us started, right, we had an excellent showing of teams here in our first year as a district in Wisconsin. Awesome state championship event. We had 4 district events played in Plymouth. Then we moved to Appleton for week 2, came down to Mukwonago, then over to the western side of the state for lacrosse, wrapped it up in Brookfield for a state championship, where we were able to send some teams down to Houston, Texas. Even in the off season so far, we sent some teams last week to IRI down in Indianapolis. Tell me your thoughts.
Yeah, with that, really strong performance at Worlds from those teams representing with the state at the Worlds level. We had some finalists, we had some team on Einstein, had some deep runs in playoffs, but a couple other ones as well. So it really shows the strength of the district and that first year as we break into it of that developmental cycle of the iterative process. Hey, what you're bringing in week 1 is not what you're bringing in week 6 for that district event or eventually for that district championship.
Right, and a lot of those teams that we saw perform well at that World Championship stage are here today, and we'll be here again tomorrow, and we're going to see these teams compete alongside of all the other great Wisconsin teams that, maybe they didn't make it to Worlds, but I'm sure that these teams were ready and got themselves ready for this event, so it should be a good one.
Yeah, we have an absolutely stacked roster of teams here this weekend. I'd like to give some shout-outs. We have state finalists 1306 Badgerbots. We have defending state champions 1732 Hilltoppers. And then at the World Championship, we have 1714 more Robotics who made it to Einstein off the Curie division. And we have 930 hosts of MROC and Newton finalists from this year. So we're looking at some really competitive teams who had some awesome seasons. I'm really looking forward to what everybody has for today.
So with that, let's toss it back to the field and let's get started.
Yeah.
All right, folks, let's meet the teams for Let's meet the teams for our first qualification match over on the Red Alliance, starting with Team 7900.
Sponsored by Rockwell Automation, GE Healthcare, Komatsu, SC Johnson, and Strucken Design. That's Trial and Terror.
They're going to be joined by Team 1091.
Sponsored by Matt's Automation, Triangle Tool, and Continental Motors from Hartford High School, Oriole Assault.
And rounding out the Red Alliance, it's Team 2062.
Sponsored by Rockwell Automation, Powermation, and Real-Time Automation from School District of Waukesha, Core 2062.
Moving on over to the blue side of the field, we're going to hop on over to Team 1220.
Sponsored by the Arnold family, Regal Rexnord, Lewis Financial Group, from Divine Savior Holy Angels High School and Marquette University High School, Rockhoppers.
Looking to go nuts, it's Team 6643.
Sponsored by Baxter, Educators Credit Union, PPG Industries, and Rotary International, from Walden 3 High School, Walnuts and Bolts.
And the new kids on the block, it's Team 93.
Sponsored by Plexus Corp, Appleton Area School District, and IVI from Appleton High School's New Apple Corps.
We've got our thumbs up from the ref. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go.
Here we go, folks. Kicking off match number 1 of the Mukwonago Robotics off-season competition. We see 2062 Core out in the neutral zone. They picked up some of that fuel, get a little bit caught up on that red trench on their way back. But over on the blue side, looks like 6643 taking aim from the center position. Those fuel up and into that blue hub is going to give the Blue Alliance the lead as teleoperated period begins. Drivers step up and take controls. On red, 2062 takes aim, fires in from far away. 93 lobbing some of those shots up for blue before the red active period begins. Lots of fuel over behind the red bumps and red hub. 2062, the Waukesha machine, navigates their way underneath the trench. Gets into a shooting position. Starts to fire fuel just a little short. They make a correction. Now those fuel are filling the red hub. But over on blue, these blue robots were locked and loaded. 93 firing fuel up high, joined by their partners 6643. Meanwhile, the rock hoppers driving the robot Scoot. They are launching fuel. They launch sideways out of their robot, able to take aim from afar and pull the Blue Alliance out as we head down towards a minute 15 left in the match. Blue Alliance has pulled out to a 100-point lead, but Red starting to chip away at that. 420-62 over in that red depot, grabbing a couple more fuel before taking aim here in the last 10 seconds of their active period. So we get down to a minute left here in our very first qualification match of MROC. Blue hub is active once more. Human players contributing to that blue score. 1220 gathering up fuel. Now taking fire up and in. Looks like for Red Alliance, 1091, maybe playing a little bit of defense, trying to protect that blue bump and keep 93 from making their way over. That sound means it's time for our end game. Some high shots over for Red from the Trial and Terror machine. Good thing we got some high ceilings here. Otherwise, 7900 might be bouncing them off, but instead they're going up and in as we approach 10 seconds left in the match. Red Alliance trying to get towards that 100-point threshold. With 4, 3, 2, 1. And that'll bring qualification match number 1 to a close. Scores are in. Looks like it's going to be the Blue Alliance taking the victory of match 1. Setting our high score of 158 to Red's 103. Both alliances over 100 points here in our first qualification match.
One match down, 48 more qualifications here to go at MROC. Aaron and Ryder, tell me your thoughts.
It was a good start to the off-season event. Like, we had some really good firepower out of that Blue Alliance from 93 and 1220.
Yeah, I was going to say 93 right away at the beginning of that match. 2 full hopper filled efficiently, and that kind of set them ahead. And even though they may have had some intake struggles later on in the match, it still was enough to get it done.
Yeah, I saw a pleasant surprise from 1220 Rock Hoppers. Some nice, consistent shooting just throughout the match. Pretty good accuracy. I thought that was really solid, just what teams want to demonstrate here. It's all about consistency, accuracy, and that's going to go a long way through this weekend.
For sure, for sure.
But yeah, we're just getting started here with overall that first match, so let's get ready for match 2.
All right, back to the field.
Beautiful.
Not go out of order.
Okay, what's that?
We have individual team intro.
All right, it's time to meet our teams for qualification match number 2, starting with team 8701.
Sponsored by H&M Machine, the Gene Haas Foundation, and the Argosy Foundation from Greendale High School. That's Graffiti.
They're joined by alliance partners 6318.
Sponsored by Freedom Area School District, Gene Haas Foundation, and Amcor from Freedom High School, FE Freedom Engineers.
And rounding out our alliance is team 9991.
That's one of our second teams here this weekend. That is Beast Squared.
Moving on over to the blue side of the field, let's meet team 5096.
Sponsored by GE Healthcare, Rockwell Automation, Gel Food and Beverage. That's the Teutonic Force from Germantown High School.
And next up on this alliance is team 6223.
Sponsored by MFHS Booster Club, Menominee Falls Optimus Club, and Triangle Tool from Menominee Falls High School, Arsenal of Engineering.
And we've got team 2202.
Sponsored by Wisconsin Department of Public Instruction, Apple, and Rockwell Automation from Brookfield East and Central High Schools, Beast Robotics.
Let's wait for them to finish getting their robots powered up before we get this match started. All right, it looks like everything is set in order for our next match. We'll get it started in 3, 2, 1, go!
Match 2 of 49 here at MROC over on the Blue Alliance. Autonomous mode begins. 5096 taking some of that fuel out of the depot, while their partners Arsenal of Engineering taking aim up into that blue hub. Meanwhile, over for red, 6318, the Freedom Engineers throwing a few shots in for the Red Alliance. Slim lead, only 2 extra points for Red Alliance. That means that Blue is going to be active first. Pardon me, Red Alliance is going to have the first active period. We see Beast squared over for Red, making their way into the neutral zone, pushing a whole bunch of those fuel towards the Red human player station. That 9991 machine only has a top loading mechanism, meaning they've got to get that fuel into the Red human player station in order for those human players to drop it into the top of their robot. Over on Blue, Red has taken about a 12-point lead, but here comes your Blue Alliance robots. Beast Robotics, 2202, taking aim from near the Blue Tower, getting those fuel up and into that illuminated Blue hub. Now they race back to the center station. 6223, Arsenal of Engineering, they've got a robot full of fuel, but they are not able to make it back to the Blue Alliance zone in time to start scoring. They're going to take aim and get ready for their next active shift. But Red is active. The Freedom Engineers have a bunch of fuel in their machine. One at a time, up they go, hitting that back wall and rolling into the Red hub. Red now with our lead. 5 more seconds before Blue has a chance to try to take that lead back. And there we go. Blue is active. 6223. They're locked and loaded. They've got dual turrets on that robot, and they are emptying it, maybe getting a few of those fuel unstuck with a little wiggle as we head down to 40 seconds left. This match has been back and forth. Blue regaining the lead. But as we approach the 30-second mark, both hubs will be active for the remainder of the match. 20 points separating our alliances. With a couple of full robots, Red could regain that lead. Freedom Engineers taking aim, throwing fuel up. Their partners, Graffiti, have a few fuel in their intake, may not be able to get it into their robot. While the Blue Alliance is starting to pull away here in the last 10 seconds, fuel coming in from all three. Teutonic Force launching them up. Arsenal of Engineering. And with 3 seconds left, Beast is going to score a couple more as match 2 comes to an end. All right, scores are coming up for qualification match number 2. Looks like this one's going to your Blue Alliance with a score of 98-54. Blue is going to take the lead there. Also, one quick note about our scores. We are playing with the district event RP thresholds. So that's 100 points for your first RP, 360 for your second one. We know our scoring screen doesn't show the right thresholds right now. We are working on getting that fixed, but rest assured, 100 points for that first RP, 360 for your second.
All right, we've got 6 more robots on the field. That means we've got 6 more teams to meet for qualification match number 3, starting off with team 8531.
Sponsored by Regal, Rexnord, Rockwell Automation, and Wisconsin DPI from Dominican High School, Terminators.
They are joined by the drive team of 1792.
Sponsored by Oak Creek Franklin School District, Regal Rexnord, and Zund Swiss Cutting Systems from Oak Creek High School, Round Table Robotics.
And joining them is 2826.
Sponsored by Triangle Manufacturing Company, Elro Steel, and Schneider Electric from the Oshkosh Recreational Department, Wave Robotics.
Moving on over to our Blue Alliance. Let's hear it for team 1306. Sorry, that was the wrong number up there. 11258.
Sponsored by the Argosy Foundation, 3M, and the Gene Haas Foundation, a family community team from Middleton, Wisconsin, Honey Badgers.
And in the middle is team 1259.
Sponsored by Wisconsin Department of Public Instruction, Powermation, and Pewaukee High School Booster Club from Pewaukee High School, Paradigm Shift.
And topping off our Blue Alliance is team 1732.
Sponsored by the Arnold family, Regal Rexnord, and Lewis Financial Group from Divine Savior Holy Angels and Marquette University High Schools, Hilltopper Robotics.
All right, folks, we've got our thumbs up. Let's get our next match started in 3, 2, 1, go.
Here we go, autonomous mode. 1732 shoots out to the center, followed by their partners 1259 and 1792 and 2826 for the Red Alliance. Lots of fuel pouring in over on your Blue Alliance. 1732 making their way back to the blue zone, unloading there with their second swipe of fuel. Looks like Blue's going to have a pretty commanding lead out of autonomous. Unfortunately, 2 of those red robots collided in the neutral zone, but here comes 1792 racing back to your red zone, now starting to unload fuel. As the Red Alliance first active shift begins, we see 8531, that's the Terminators. Looks like they are helping to push some of that fuel into the Red Alliance area for their partners. 1792 now making their way and starting to unload into the back of that active red hub. Fuel coming in from the human players as well. Red Alliance chipping away at that lead, but now Blue Alliance is active, and we've got turrets galore. 1732 shooting from the corner, now sweeping across, cleaning up some of those fuel that are along that back Blue Alliance station wall. Their partners, 1259, have a robot full of fuel, and here it comes into that active Blue hub. Blue continuing to score here as their active shift comes to a close. Now 1792 maybe facing a little bit of defense from the Honey Badger machine. It's a big robot that can get in the way in between some of these robots and that active hub. But 1792 utilizing that turret mechanism means that they can shoot facing any direction. Also being a tall robot, they can get over the defense of Honey Badgers. Blue Alliance has already crossed over that 100-point threshold needed for their first rank point, but Hilltoppers and Paradigm Shift looking to lock up that second RP for getting 360 fuel scored in this match. As we approach the 30-second mark left here in qualification match number 3. Blue Alliance over 200 points, Red knocking on the door of 100. And looks like with those last few shots from 1792, that'll earn at least 1 ranking point for your Red Alliance. More and more fuel coming in from those 2 Blue Alliance shooters, those 2 turrets along that back Blue Alliance wall. Under 10 seconds left to play. Blue Alliance trying to get to that 300-point threshold as qualification match 3 is over. All right, scores are in for qualification match number 3. They will be showing in just a moment. Here they come. Blue Alliance, continuing with our winning streak of our Blue Alliance here. 288 points to Red Alliance's 129. Both alliances earning that bonus ranking point, and Blue taking an additional 3 for the win in qualification match number 3.
Welcome back from that qualification match. I am here with Nick D from the 1732 Hilltoppers Drive team. Congratulations on that big win.
Yeah, thank you.
That was a great match. Do you want to tell us a little bit about your strategy going in?
Strategy going in was kind of just do what we do best, which is collect a bunch of fuel, pass it over, and then we kind of just shoot. We have a turret, so we're able to shoot on the move. So we kind of just go around our zone, and we collect, and we try and shoot all of the fuel that we've collected.
Absolutely. Tell us about your alliance partners. How'd they fit into that picture?
Our alliance partners, they were very good in passing fuel and 1259 paradigm shift. They also had a turret, and they were scoring fuel, so that also helped with cleanup. And yeah, they were just really good in passing fuel over to our alliance zone.
So with that, how did you go? So this is match 2, right? So it's off-season event. Everyone's played before. How did you go about that, determining that strategy?
We kind of just, we talked about it. We talked about what we wanted to aim to do to figure out what would help us succeed. And we kind of just, we just talked about it beforehand, and we kind of all worked together.
So with it, so you mentioned you're the driver for this one. I think this is your first match driving, right?
Second. I did the practice match.
Okay, practice match. Okay, yeah. So, but how was that? So as the season ended, you weren't necessarily on the drive team. Now you're transitioning to that drive team. How was that switch for you?
It's definitely very stressful because I've only today I've only ever driven the robot at our practice field. So I mean, kind of getting accumulated to having 5 other robots on the field. That can be a little difficult, especially I know Terminators. They were playing a little bit of defense. So that was a little bit challenging, but I think I definitely accumulated well. The stress has kind of started to go down as I've gotten more accumulated to playing and driving.
That's awesome. Well, congratulations on the big win to you and 1732 Hilltoppers Drive team. We're going to send it back to the field. Good stuff.
Good job, Nick.
Great job.
All right, folks, it's time to meet our teams for the next match, starting with Team 706.
Sponsored by the Gates Foundation, the Rebel family, and John Deere from Arrowhead High School, the Cyberhawks.
And next up, we've got Team 6381.
Sponsored by Kohler Company, Millipore Sigma, and the Volrath Company from Sheboygan North High School, Red Raider Robotics.
And finishing off this alliance, it's Team 1306.
Sponsored by C-Motive, Wisconsin Department of Public Instruction, and Magna Power. That's BadgerBots.
Over on the other side of our field, we're going to start off with Team 10909.
Sponsored by Pike Technologies, Deucen Bobcat, and Amtelco from Edgewood High School of the Sacred Heart. Cutting Edge.
Building up this alliance is Team 3596.
Sponsored by Caterpillar, GE Healthcare, and Wisconsin Department of Public Instruction from South Milwaukee High School, Rocket Robotics.
And rounding us off, it's Team 9992.
Another one of our off-season robots here. That's Square Chair Robotics.
All right, let's get this match going in 3, 2, 1, go.
Autonomous period begins. 1306 with a quick swipe out into the neutral zone, joined by their partner 706. Here comes a rain of fuel from the Badgermots machine and their partners 706, the Cyberhawks. Meanwhile, over on the blue side, Cutting Edge 10909, adding a few fuel for the Blue Alliance. But it's going to be Red pulling out to a pretty commanding lead here as drivers step up, take the controls to play a little bit of rebuild. More fuel coming in from the Badgerbots before the blue active period begins. 10909 taking position along that back Blue Alliance station wall, firing fuel high up into the air and landing them into that blue hub. Rocket Robotics, they're trying spinning. That's a neat trick. Oh, not anymore. They've decided to kill that, but 10909 throwing a few more fuel in for blue before red active period begins. Here comes the Badgerbots unloading that hopper. Now starting to clean up all the fuel they've got stockpiled. Getting a little bit of an assist from Red Raider Robotics, pushing that fuel into that red zone. 706 joining in on the scoring action. Red Alliance already over 200 points. We've got some high-powered machines here for your Red Alliance. But blue period now begins. Looks like 3596 may have been E-stopped in the field for all their spinning. 10909 now taking position from near that blue tower, now trying to grab some more fuel. 9992, Square Chair Robotics, successfully shoveling some fuel over into the blue zone, now pushing it all the way perhaps into that Blue Alliance station. As we head down towards 45 seconds left, Red Alliance has already secured their first bonus RP for reaching 100 fuel. They've got their eyes set on the second RP. 360 needed. They're knocking on the door of 300 with 30 seconds left in this match. Blue Alliance, 10909 with a hopper full of fuel, trying to get to a shooting position. Fuel coming in from the 706 machine. They're using that turret to fire in while they move their intake around, cleaning up all that fuel near the wall. Up over 300 points now is your Red Alliance. Fuel coming flying at our referees and our table staff as qualification 4 comes to a close. Scores are coming in for qualification match number 4. Red Alliance taking the victory, ending that Blue Alliance winning streak. Red's going to take this one with 302, setting a new high score and earning not only 3 RP for the win, but an additional RP for getting over 100 fuel scored in the match.
Welcome back from qualification match 4 with a Red Alliance victory, a high score of the day at 302 points. Ryder and Aaron, tell me your thoughts on this one.
I think we just jump right into it, and then just bring it down from there. So overall in auto, I think we see initially that up in that top right corner, we see Badger Boss 1306.
While our field is being reset, how about an archaeology fun fact? Did you know the first recorded use of the word robot comes from a 1920 Czechoslovakian play in which the word meant a forced
really gave Red the
laborer.
advantage coming out of auto, obviously gave them that second shift.
Yeah, that 70-point, 80-point advantage there definitely helps with going into it with this first transition shift. But you initially see, boom, right there, 1306 and 706 really doing what they're doing. Honestly, the rest of the match of 1306 coming back across, and then 706 really having that middle zone on just passing that fuel over, and then eventually picking up during their shift.
For sure, and I mean, especially towards the end of the match, you kind of see, and I mean, for each start of each shift, you kind of see the collection of game pieces all along that back wall, which both teams capitalize on. Obviously, 1306, they fill up that hopper, stop and move, or stop and shoot. 706, you can see that they're stopped right now, but one of the key things that have made them a great robot to watch all season is that shoot on the move ability. We saw that at their Seven Rivers event where they're finalists. Really, really awesome robot there.
Absolutely. I think that proper fuel management is what led to a Red Alliance high score for the day so far. It's early, but I think that, a 302 for today is going to take them a long way.
For sure.
And then from that, on the Blue Alliance, definitely see some areas for improvement there. These teams will get their robots back to the pit, work on them, see what's going on with mechanical, electrical, software issue, get those bugs ironed out for their next match.
Absolutely. It's still early and anything can happen. Let's take it back to the field.
It looks like our teams are almost ready. Let's find out who's going to be competing on our match. Starting off with Team 6574.
Sponsored by Whitewater Unified School District, Borglin Family Foundation, and Red Daily from Whitewater High School, Farah Dermis.
They're joined by Team 930.
Sponsored by Manpower Group, Mugwanago Area School District, Komatsu, and TAPCO. From Mugwanago High School, it's the Mugwanago Bears.
And we couldn't ask for any more. It's Team 1714.
Sponsored by Langer Roofing and Sheet Metal, Rockwell Automation, and Bliffert Lumber and Hardware. From St. Thomas More High School, More Robotics.
Over on the other side of our field, we've got Team 9993.
One of our off-season robots here from Appleton, Wisconsin. That's Newer Apple Core.
And they're joined by another one. It's Team 9990.
From right here in Mugwanago, that's the Mugwana Dos Bears.
And finally, give it up for Team 1091.
From Hartford High School, that's Oriole Assault.
We're ready to start this match in 3, 2, 1, go.
Here we go, match number 5. Starting off on the Red Alliance, 1714 and 930. Bringing back some autonomous. They may have ran together way back in Week 1 Lakeland, filling up that red hub with fuel. Both robots making their way back out to pick up more fuel and unloading up into that red hub. That's going to give a pretty hefty lead to your Red Alliance. But over on the blue side, 9990, Mugwana Dos Bears, utilizing that die rotor and turret in order to score fuel up and in. Now they're doing a bit of surfing on the blue fuel. Their partners, 99.93, trying to get them off. 99.90 still stuck up on top of some fuel. Maybe getting unstuck. There they go. There's the Maguana Dos Bears now beginning to intake, trying to still get a few fuel scored here in the active blue period. 1091 Oriole Assault, fuel in hand. Here comes Maguana Dos Bears, a couple more, but over on the red side, Ferrodermis locked and loaded from near that red tower, joined in now by 930. Unloading into that red active hub, and as those robots empty, here comes 1714 with a hopper full of fuel. Over 200 points already for this high-powered red alliance. They're going to look to keep pouring it on, but we've got to get to this blue active period first. 99.90 with a high stream of fuel, some falling a little short, but many of them getting up into that active blue hub. Couple of red robots now over in the blue zone trying to steal some of the fuel that 99.90 has stockpiled along with their partners, Newer Apple Core and 1091. And as the red period begins, 1091 now a little bit of a defensive position as Ferrodermis firing from that red trench, trying to stay a little protected. Here comes more robotics. They're firing. 930 now unloading as well. Will we have our first energized rank point for 360 fuel scored in this match? We're going to have to see. Red is already up to 320, and we've got 30 seconds left in this match. Here comes 99.90. Their shots falling just a little bit short. They're going to make a correction and see if they can get those fuel into that blue active hub. 1714, that high stream of fuel. Just 17 fuel away for Red Alliance. This volley by 930 might do it. There we go. Our first 360 fuel match with 3, 2, 1. That's going to bring a close to an exciting qualification match number 5. All right, scores are in for qualification match number 5. This one's going to your Red Alliance with a score of 387 to Blues 64. That means your Red Alliance is taking home 5 of the 6 available RP. Nicely done by those red machines.
And yet another high score here at MROC. That was a really strong Red Alliance.
Yeah, I mean, kicking it off, right? 930, 1714, and 6574. All three really, really great teams that competed both at the state championship level this year. But yeah, I mean, starting off with a strong auto.
I mean, what a powerful alliance, right? You're coming in there with 930, whose robot from earlier this season, they, use this robot to claim a finalist award at Lakeland and then took it over to La Crosse. And then you've also got Ferrodermis, who have consistently strong showings throughout the season, and you have more Einstein appearance this year. That is an alliance.
With this one, this game's all about the fuel, and this auto really shows it. You're seeing that after their first 2 swipes of 1714 and 930, this fuel is located here and it's pushed over here. They have their full 2 sweeps that come in from both sides here to then go and get all of that fuel where we're at here in the match. And then from here, you have your second passes. Those second swipes, you're getting not just 1 load or hopper, you're getting 4 loads for that alliance being shot into that hub.
Definitely, and coming out of the auto period with 118 points, that really just put them ahead with great momentum to start the match here.
With here, you see 17-14 stuck here a little bit. That definitely hurts that transition shift. But you then eventually see here 65-74 coming over, bumping them off, being those really good alliance partners.
Yeah, how about towards the end of the match here?
So at this stage in the match, right, we're kind of looking at these teams. 930 and Ferrodermis laying in the fuel from up top while Moore still kind of collects a full hopper. That kind of, this staggered shift allowed them to be kind of more efficient, right? Moore shooting right where 930 was at just a couple seconds ago, even with a defense robot in 1091 kind of disrupting the flow there.
This Blue Alliance is playing that field game pretty well. They're getting all 3 red robots eventually come into their zone to try to get that fuel. So they're playing that fuel game, getting all the fuel to go to their side of the field to limit that red alliance score.
Right.
Definitely. I think it held them back a little bit. Let's take it back to the field.
All right, after that review of the last match, let's find out who's going to meet, or we're going to be meeting in our next match, starting off with Team 1259.
They're the pride of Pewaukee, Paradigm Shift.
Looking to score a lot at the round table, it's Team 1792.
Out of Oak Creek, Wisconsin, Round Table Robotics.
And they are joined by Team 8701.
Keeping it green from Greendale, Wisconsin, that's Graffiti.
Bolting on over to the other side of the field, give it up for Team 6643.
Walnuts and Bolts.
In the center, aka the core of this alliance, it's Team 2062.
Hailing from Link City, that's Core 2062.
And finally, we've got Team 6318.
From Freedom High School, FE Freedom Engineers.
All right, it looks like we're ready to go. We're going to get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go.
Here we go, qualification match number 6. Autonomous period, all pre-programmed instructions. 3 robots out into the center. 2062 making their way out. Looks like their robot is just a little bit off aim, but for the Red Alliance, 1792 scoring fuel up and in as their partners, 1259, try to do another center strike. We've got some familiar faces in this match, 1792 and 1259 winning the Seven Rivers District event together earlier this season. Now they'll look to have some more success here in this qualification match. Over on blue, Active Hub, 6643, the Walden machine, out in the neutral zone, trying to intake some of that fuel. Freedom Engineers, front of the robot, up onto a pile of fuel. They're going to get unstuck as Core launching fuel up and in from near that blue tower. But as we shift over to red, Paradigm Shift has a hopper full of fuel, shooting just a little bit short. They're going to course correct. Now start scoring fuel into that hub, as is their partners, that tall, turreted 1792 robot. That's going to bring your Red Alliance over 100 points. They're going to walk away with 1 RP no matter what. A few errant shots from 1259. Went from undershooting to overshooting. But Blue Alliance now on the offensive. Here comes the Freedom Engineers launching up and over Roundtable's machine. Core, after scoring a few fuel in, now picking up from along the Blue Alliance station wall and scoring a few more before the active period shifts back to red. Under a minute left to play here in qualification number 6. All of our robots now have gone through at least one qualification match. They've shaken off the rust and are now locking in to their qualification off-season behavior. 1792 appears to be beached on that red bump. A little bit of cooperation there by Core 2062 to knock them off, free them. And as we head down under 30 seconds left to play, red still maintaining about a 50-point advantage, but blue's chipping away. There are no red robots currently scoring. Meanwhile, Freedom Engineers and Core, both for the Blue Alliance, they're within 30 points of red score. If they can get a few good volleys off, they could take a last-second lead. Core's trying to chip into that. Freedom Engineers doing the same with 3, 2, 1. That's the end of qualification match number 6. All right, scores are in. Blue Alliance was pulling it close. Did they have enough to overtake red? Looks like red maintained the advantage and will get the win here. 144 to 125. Both robots taking home that bonus ranking point for scoring 100 fuel in the match.
All right, let's introduce our teams for qualification match number 7, starting off with the explosive power of 7,900.
Trial in Terror.
They are joined by Team 3596.
Rocket Robotics.
And flying above the competition, it's Team 706.
Cyberhawks.
Over on the blue side of the field, we're going to meet starting off with Team 11258.
Honey Badgers.
They are joined by Team 2202.
Beast Robotics.
I'm sensing a theme here with animals, and we're finishing it off with Team 1306.
Badger Bots.
All right, folks, let's get this qualifications match started in 3, 2, 1. Oh, we've got a thumbs down now. Never mind. False start. All right, looks like everything's back in order to get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go.
Yellow lights blinking. Qualification match number 7 is underway as both alliances rushing to the middle of the field, grabbing that fuel. On the blue alliance side, it is a wave of yellow fuel flying in the air, mostly from 1306 Badger bots on a very successful 2026 season. That buzzer sounds 2 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock. 1306 with a style of a robot that can shoot many fuel in very few seconds, just letting it fly over there. On the red alliance, they're going to get that first active hub made up of 706 Cyberhawks, 7900 also Trial and Terror. So far, Red Alliance is behind in this early part of the match, but anything can happen. Now it transitions over to our Blue Alliance. 2202 Beast Robotics firing some fuel into that hub with some hard defense being played on Badger bots. 3596 Rocket Robotics. In the middle of the field, we have 4 robots there intaking fuel. Now it switches over to the Red Alliance's turn. 706 Cyberhawks firing that fuel. I actually talked to Cyberhawks earlier today, and they commented on their 2026 season saying it was very good. And one of their biggest steps is they got to practice on a full field in their season. Thank you to their sponsors. As time is running out on that active hub for Red, now we switch over to the Blue Alliance as they are extending their lead, trying to get, and they break the energized RP. Now they're chasing that supercharged RP, 360. Badger bots just continuing to let it fly. 5 seconds left in that shift, and then both hubs will be active for Red and Blue. 30 seconds left. Blue Alliance chasing that supercharged RP. Are we going to see them break it? They're inching closer and closer. 15 seconds left in this match as more shots being fired from Trial and Terror on that Red Alliance side. Blue Alliance so close, trying to break the supercharged RP. 2, 1, time expires. Scores are posted for qualification match 7, and it goes to the Blue Alliance. They conquer and get the victory, 366 to 87. Blue Alliance walking away with 4 ranking points. Badger bots moving up in the rankings also.
another great match here at MROC. With us here down at the live desk, we have Jerry Christ from First Wisconsin, who'd like to share some information with all volunteers, coaches, teams, etc. So please give your attention to Jerry, everyone.
All right, cool. If you've been following the blog on the First Wisconsin website, you know that on August 18th, we're going to be hosting a Wisconsin Updates webinar, and we're really encouraging all coaches, volunteers, mentors, involved parents, anybody that's interested in finding out the news about the upcoming seasons for FLL, FTC, and FRC. It's important that they jump on that call so that they can get all the information. Just to tease a little thing, we will be announcing the FRC district events for 2027. So we'll put that information out on that call, and then people will have an opportunity to look at places they can volunteer. If you scan the QR code that's up on the screen right now, that's the easiest way to register for that event. Otherwise, you can also check out the First Wisconsin website, and it's on the blog that just came out earlier this week.
So not just for head coaches or those main people of the team. This is really targeted for everyone in First Wisconsin.
It is. Realistically, it's targeted for everyone that wants to have an idea of what's going on. It's an attempt to definitely improve our communication throughout the state, and we just want to make sure that as many people get on that call as possible.
This sounds like a really important thing for people to pay some attention to, so go ahead and make sure you get registered for that call and be in attendance.
Yep.
Thanks, everyone.
All right.
Now back to the field.
All right, it's time to meet our teams for the next match, starting off with Team 8531.
Terminators.
They are joined by the power of 9990, one of our sister teams.
Moana Dos Bears.
And rounding off to have an edge on the competition, it's Team 10909.
Cutting Edge.
Over on the other side of our field, we are joined by Team 6574.
2023 MROC finalist Ferrodermis.
And in the middle with them is Team 9991.
Beast Squared.
And finishing off this alliance, it's Team 1220.
2025 MROC finalist Rockhoppers.
All right, we're going to get this match going in 3, 2, 1, go.
rocking and rolling for 2 minutes and 40 seconds of qualification match 8. Both alliances shooting fuel into their active hubs as always. Ferroderm is coming back with a full load, getting ready to fire, and they start firing immediately. Same with some shots from Rockhoppers. 20 seconds is up for Autonomous. Now we move on to our teleoperated period, where drivers take full control of their robots. Already starting out with some hard defense on the Blue Alliance. 85-31 Terminitors over there getting ready for, looks like, Ferrodermis. On that Red Alliance side, though, 10-9-09 coming back with some fuel and firing it into that hub. Close match so far in the early stages of match 8 on our day today. Now it is Blue Alliance's turn. 2 Blue Alliance robots sitting there waiting and getting ready. And now they start firing. In the midfield, we have 9990. That is Moana Dose Bears. Actually, a fun fact about that robot on the field, that used to be their competition robot early in the season. And then they built 2 of them, and now that is their off-season events robot that is on the field. That is also scoring fuel. With that robot, they have a die rotor in the middle spinning and trying to feed that shooter with fuel. Red Alliance is in a deficit early on so far with 1 minute left in this match. Blue Alliance with a chance to extend it by even more. So far at 142 points. Ferrodermis coming back with a load of fuel. As I said before 2023 MROC finalists. They are also 2023 MROC Judges Award winners and 2022 MROC winners. Looking to do it again at this competition. 30 seconds left in this match. We are in the end game period. Both hubs are active. Blue Alliance with a comfortable lead of about 100. 15 seconds left. Blue Alliance just trying to put the nail in the coffin at this point. But Red Alliance trying to come back with some shots from Moana Dose Bears. And some shots from our human players on the Blue Alliance. 2-1. Time runs out for qualification match 8. We got scores for match 8, and it's gonna go to the Blue Alliance. They win and they claim the victory, 198 to 83. Blue Alliance walking away with 4 ranking points.
Welcome back from another match here at MROC. We have Ferrodermis, who was #1, falling down a few spots after that match, just based on their match score. Moving up to the #1 spot is Honey Badgers, with #2 being Rockhoppers, #3 Paradigm Shift, #4 Badgerbots. Aaron and Ryder, tell me, what are your thoughts after that one?
So yeah, getting into it, let's just start with Otto with that. Otto's really important to get that head start into it. and you start to see that initial lead from that Blue Alliance of 39-8 with 8 seconds into auto. It's really that's where you start to build your lead from it. So that's where let's start there. With that, you have a really nice double pass from 65-74. Not just one, but 2 passes into that to really build up that score for auto.
Yeah, I really think their consistent shooting, I mean, their accuracy is quite nice. It's really what has them up near the top of the ranks with today's competition.
Yeah, and then after auto, right, we see 930 and 10909 jump into that transition shift, but also just kind of focusing on filling those hoppers and getting as much fuel as possible. You know, with the strategy of the game, with them getting that first shift, they kind of just have to focus on scoring what points they have available, whereas Blue gets to kind of work on, you know, storing those game pieces along that back wall, right, playing that fuel game that we were talking about earlier. And obviously you can see Ferrodermis, they take a different approach as they kind of just focus on filling up their hopper as much as possible and then beating the defense that was focused on them. Just a good all-around strategy from both teams here.
Absolutely, and I really like what Ferrodermis does right here, where they load up their hopper as much as they possibly can, get parked up into a corner so they can't really get jostled around much, and then just unload that consistent shooting that they can do.
With that, Andrew, really breaking down this Blue Alliance. You have 3 robots here, and you have that 4th robot of those human players. And they really play it really well. So you have Ferrodermis, as you were mentioning, really playing that right side of the field where they're picking up and then going back over. Then you have 1220 really breaking the other side of the field and then going here to score their fuel. Then you have 9991, really? They're just really trying to push that fuel into that 4th robot of those human players. You start feeding that fuel in from the side of the field.
Absolutely. Something I appreciate about this game, you know, is that ability that even if robots aren't shooting up into the hub, they can deliver that fuel out into the outpost. Humans pick it up, and they go for the shooting challenge. And I mean, some of these scores quite different in the end result. But a lot of these scores, you know, only a few points separating the match. A human player shot can make the difference in the end.
For sure. I mean, we see that same strategy being emulated by 10909, especially right up at the top here. They go out, they get their intake full, and then they push whatever residual they can't fit into their robot right into the human player station, kind of maximizing their whole effort of going out and coming back. Where they shoot from, it just makes that process a lot more efficient.
Yeah.
Rather than not pushing into the
10909, cutting edge, our rookie all-stars from the Wisconsin State Championship this year. Quite a good team put together for their rookie season. Unfortunately did not attend the first championship, but getting a nice showing here today. Looking forward to more consistent performance from them.
Yeah, right. No, I'm excited to see how these strategies transition throughout the day today. Let's see if anything develops from champs or either that next level of play. See if there's that other tier or that other shift of this game that teams are going to figure out.
All right, let's meet our teams for qualification match number 9. Starting us off there, newer on the block, but they're still a core part of the team. It's 9993.
Newer Apple Corps.
And joining them, it's team 1714.
More Robotics.
And finally, we've got the power of team 1732.
Back-to-back MROC winners, Hilltopper Robotics.
Over on the blue side of the field, we've got team 9992.
Squared Chair Robotics.
Rounding off this alliance, it's team 5096.
The Teutonic Force.
And finally, we've got team 930.
The Mawanago Bears.
The hosts of this tournament. Everything's ready to go. We're going to get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go.
20 seconds of autonomous period underway with all robots moving and shooting. on our field. A barrage of fuel flying into both hubs early on. 17-14, more Robotics trying to come back with a load. They get stuck over by the bump, unfortunately. Coming out of autonomous, Red Alliance is ahead, which means Blue is going to get the first active hub, but not until our transition period is up. Now it is Blue Alliance's turn to start firing with their active hub that is only available to them. In the middle of the field, more Robotics, 17-14, shuttling some fuel onto that Red Alliance side. More Robotics. They have been finalists of this event for the past 3 years, trying to overcome the hill and trying to win it this year. They're looking great. Now, Red Alliance still continuing to put up a barrage of fuel. Hilltoppers, back-to-back MROC winners, trying to just keep the streak alive and make it 3 in a row. They are also our state champions as they are moving and shooting at the same time. 1 minute and 20 seconds left on the clock. Blue Alliance's turn to start firing with some shots from 9:30. 9:30, our event host. They've had a very successful season so far. They went to Worlds, qualified for Worlds. They actually were Newton Division finalists at Worlds also. 50-96, also firing some fuel into that hub. Red Alliance's side. Red Alliance is going to keep extending that lead even more, chasing that supercharged RP every second. Looks like we have a down robot also, by the way. That is newer Apple Corps. Unfortunately, they are not moving. And actually, looking at the Blue Alliance bump over there, more Robotics stuck on another robot too. That is a tough break for both robots there. 20 seconds left in this match. Both teams firing fuel as always. Hilltopper coming back with a load of fuel. Same for 50-96 coming down to the very end of this match. 3, 2, 1. Time runs out in qualification match 9. scores are posted for that last match. Red Alliance gets the dub, 264 to 147. A red card was handed out to more Robotics. They broke G415 inside the vertical projection of an opponent's robot perimeter.
All right, let's introduce our teams for qualification match number 10, beginning with Team 2826.
Wave Robotics.
They are joined by Team 6223.
Arsenal of Engineering.
And shifting over to the Team 3, we've got Team 1259.
Paradigm Shift.
On over to the blue side of the field, starting us off with Team 1792.
Roundtable Robotics.
And they're joined by Team 93.
New Apple Corps.
And although their name may be red, they're on the Blue Alliance. It's Team 6381.
Red Raider Robotics.
We've got our thumbs up to get this match going in 3, 2, 1, go!
Robots moving for qualification match 10 here at Mukwonago. A bunch of robots in the middle there. Blue Alliance coming back with a load of fuel. Red Raider Robotics 6381 trying to fire at that hub. In the middle of the field, 2 robots just sitting there. Now it is time for teleoperated. It is a very close match early on. Red Alliance barely ahead. Just ending the transition shift. Now it is Blue Alliance's turn with an active hub. Red Raider Robotics sitting very close to that hub and firing fuel into there. Team 93 there. Looks like they might be disabled as they are not moving and they're on top of some fuel right now. Still have that yellow blinking light. Red Alliance's turn at an active hub. 1792 Roundtable Robotics. They are over there playing some defense against that Red Alliance. Roundtable Robotics is a very good 2026 season. They here at MROC last year. They won the Business Excellent Award, trying to win it again, hopefully. Now it is Blue Alliance's turn with a down robot. Only human players firing fuel at that hub. It's all cash money from those human players. Another one gets thrown in there. Very low scoring match so far. Coming to the end of Blue Alliance's active hub. Now it is Red Alliance's turn. Over there, Round Table playing some more defense. Not going down without a fight and trying to stop Paradigm Shift from scoring. Paradigm Shift and Round Table Robotics, they won the 2026 Seven Rivers District events, and now they are going against each other in this match. 30 seconds left in this match as the buzzer sounds. Red Alliance with a pretty sizable lead, with only shots still coming in from that human player on that Blue Alliance. Red Alliance just trying to extend the lead and take this match home with a victory. As another Red Alliance robot is also down over there on that side. Very unfortunate to see as we're coming to the end of this match. 2-1. Time runs out. Scores are posted after that last match. It goes to the Red Alliance. They surge ahead and take the victory, 102-47. Red Alliance walking away with 4 ranking points there.
right, let's meet our teams for our next qualification match, starting off with the power of 12-20.
From Milwaukee, Wisconsin, Rockhoppers.
On the cutting edge, it's team 10-909.
From Madison, Wisconsin, Cutting Edge.
And they are joined by 1091.
From Hartford, Wisconsin, Oriole Assaults.
Over on the other side of the field, give it up for team 8531.
From Whitefish Bay, Wisconsin, Terminators.
Also in green, standing with them is team 6318.
From Freedom, Wisconsin, Freedom Engineers.
And over on the third team, it's going to be 9991, one of our sister teams.
An off-season robot, Beast Squared.
All right, we're going to get this match going in 3, 2, 1, go!
Autonomous period underway with robots moving, shooting,
this fuel, both sides firing fuel with some shots from the human player. One very cool element about this game is that the human players can shoot that fuel, throw the fuel into the hub, which is pretty interesting to watch sometimes. Coming out of Autonomous, Blue Alliance is going to be ahead by 9 points. Be a very close match here. Red Alliance is going to start with the first active hub as Blue Alliance extended their lead a little bit. We have a beached robot in the middle. That is Rockhoppers with a little bit of a push from their teammates. Some GP going on there. Freedom Engineers, too, stuck on some fuel. Rockhoppers and Freedom Engineers just still stuck on fuel, and they both get free, which is very good to see. Blue Alliance's turn at an active hub. All 3 robots on the blue side of the field, now going to the middle of the field. Pushing around some fuel is 85-31 Terminitors, pushing into the outpost as their active hub runs out. Now it is Red Alliance's turn with an active hub on that Red Alliance side. Couple shots being fired in. On that Red Alliance, Oriole Assault, they have had at MROC. Last year, they won the Breakthrough Award, and actually, they won MROC back in 2024. Looking to do it again this year. Anything can happen as the Blue Alliance, their shift starts. Terminitors going to the middle of the field. Now pushing some fuel back. All 3 Blue Alliance robots moving around, pushing, shoving some fuel. Coming to the end of their shift. It is a very close match, separated by 9 points. This could be anybody's match. Red Alliance throwing up some fuel that is cutting edge, trying to take this lead. It is 1 point separating these alliances with 15 seconds left. With some shots going in by that Blue Alliance, this could be anyone's match. Some more shots coming in from Cutting Edge and the human player on that Red Alliance side. Coming, 5 seconds left in this match. It is a very tight match. 2, 1. Time expires in qualification match 11. Results have come in after that last match. The Red Alliance takes it home. They squeak out the victory. Well, not really squeak out. 61-39. Red Alliance gets 3 ranking points after that match.
Welcome back to the MROC Live Desk here in-house and online. Ryder and I are joined by
Matthew Champa.
And Matthew, you are a first alumni and you are a current mentor?
Yep, I'm an alumni of Team 930 and the current mentor for Team 10264.
So both you guys are actually 930 alumni and recent college graduate and Are you still in college?
Yeah, I'm a junior in college.
So you guys went directly from being students to mentors, right?
Correct.
How was that experience? It's a little bit different than what I had for my first experience of going from that student in first to alumni. How was that for you guys?
Sure. I'll start. So, I went to team 8744 in Eau Claire, Wisconsin, close to where I go to college at UW Stout. Super fun experience, but I was kind of looking to get the itch of starting a new team in Wisconsin, trying to increase the amount of people that are impacted by first. And Matt was a big player in that, so I'll let him kind of take over from there.
Yeah, it was definitely a very interesting experience, going straight from a pretty large team to a young mentor on a really, really small team. Definitely a pretty jarring transition that had a lot of learning experiences. Going to that situation, you're approaching the entire season, the entire, your entire approach to the season is from a robot perspective, as well as also a personal perspective, because you're transitioning from a student role to a mentor role, as well as also transitioning to a different team environment, different team dynamics. So it's it was pretty fun and interesting.
Yeah, so for that, I'm sure if there's any students out here currently that are looking to do that, I'm sure they can reach out to you both directly to see how your experience is and try to get that, hey, I have this problem going on with the current team. How do you handle it, transitioning in that? Is that something that they could do?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like you said, the biggest part of that is that transition from student to mentor, right? Kind of analyzing what your role is as a student, what you're doing, and how that kind of needs to change, for being a mentor. And I mean, any mentor is a great resource to reach out to that, but especially recent college alumni, those are the ones to talk to. But I think they're ready for us back at the field, so we'll send them back.
Sounds good.
Awesome.
All right, it's time to move on to our next match. I hear this first team over here builds extremely awesome robots. It's Team 930.
The Mawanago Bears.
And joining them, it's Team 706.
Cyberhawks.
And rounding off our Red Alliance, it's 9992, one of those sister teams.
Square Chair Robotics.
Hopping on over to the blue side of the field, we're going to start off with the force of 5096.
The Tuatonic Force.
And next door to them, it's going to be Team 1732.
Hilltopper Robotics.
And they're joined by the explosive force of 7900.
Trial in Terror.
TNT. We've got our thumbs up. This is sure to be a good match. Let's get it going in 3, 2, 1, go. Oh.
JK.
Well, we didn't get the expected da-da-da-da-da-da. All right, we're going to try it a second time. 3, 2, 1, go.
Robots moving for qualification match 12. All 6 of them move, 5 of them moving. Sorry, my bad. With, just a flurry of fuel flying in from both sides here at MROC. Very close match in this autonomous period. Coming to the end of it as the buzzer sounds. Blue Alliance is going to surge ahead out of autonomous. 2 minutes and 20 seconds left now for Teliop. 706 in the midfield. Cyberhawks firing some fuel onto that Red Alliance side, getting ready for their shift
as the shift has already started. We're about coming to 15 seconds into that first shift for that Red Alliance. All 3 Red Alliance robots moving very successfully. Blue Alliance with a pretty good lead so far. Now it's going to shift over to Blue Alliance's active hub. On that Blue Alliance side, 5096 firing some fuel into that hub. I actually talked to them earlier today. They actually are 2025 MROC winners. They also talked about their season to me. They said they had an excellent season. They put some very cool LEDs on their robot, as you can see, and their auto has gotten significantly better. Red Alliance's shift is active, well, hub is active, and their shift has begun with shots from 930 and 706 Cyberhawks. 930, very successful season. They went to Newton in Worlds. They qualified for Worlds, which is very awesome to see a Wisconsin team there at Worlds. 706 Cyberhawks, they won the Seven Rivers Regional. Now it is Blue Alliance's turn with Hilltoppers on that Blue Alliance side. Hilltoppers have been doing amazing. They are back-to-back state champions. And they've also won back-to-back MROC events, trying to win again for that Blue Alliance as they have a comfortable lead going into our last 30 seconds of the match. Red Alliance not going down without a fight, of course, firing some fuel into that hub. Blue Alliance, though, it's the same story. We got Hilltoppers continuing to fire with some shots from 5096. Trial and Terror comes back too on that Blue Alliance side. Coming to the very end of this match. 3, 2, 1. Time is up for that last match. Scores are in for that last match, and it's going to go to the Blue Alliance. They conquer it and take home the dub, 278 to 185. Blue Alliance walking away with 4 ranking points, and Red Alliance walking away with 1 ranking point.
And that wraps up qualification match 12, about quarter of the way through the qualifications here at MROC. Just a quick glance at the rankings. In first, Ferrodermis. Second, Badgerbots. Third, Honey Badgers. Fourth, Hilltoppers, who just played that last match. Let's take it back to the replay.
Yeah, so, I mean, as this match kicks off, you know, same thing that we've been talking about all day, right? That score out of auto. Blue coming out with the advantage. Roughly a 30-point margin here, I believe. Oh, well. Red actually comes back and makes it a close match out of auto. But the big advantage here for Blue, right, being an alliance that you know, hosts a really good team in Hilltoppers Robotics, right? You can see how fast their turret snaps back. They utilize that transition shift. We see them break into an interesting strategy where Square Table and TNT both just instantly going to shuttling, and then Square Table runs up a little bit of defense. Just an interesting approach I saw there.
For sure, for sure. Something I really admire about Hilltoppers that you can see back in their auto is when they are shooting, so they go for a first pass, then they come back, they do this little loop, right? They go back, but they do the shoot on the move right here, and they prep themselves to be right under the trench for the beginning of the transition shift, which, as we move out of the auto period into the transition, it preps them nicely to be able to capitalize on those 10 seconds where it's free, anybody can score. They pop another few in, and it just solidifies that lead a little bit more. I really admire that about them.
No, you only have 10 seconds to get from here back over to be able to shoot. You only have a certain amount of time, so having that additional help during auto to set you up is definitely going to help you out there.
Absolutely.
So with this, we are in off season, so this is now not official competition time frame in that. So now we have new drivers going in here, we have new operators training, we have new people here trying to get behind the glass, similar to Nick earlier. So trying to have that training opportunity for these new drivers for this upcoming season.
Definitely, and a learning opportunity it is. Let's see what the next match has for us. Let's go back to the field.
All right, let's meet our teams for our next qualification match, starting off with team 11258.
From Middleton, Wisconsin, that's Honey Badgers.
Honey Badger don't care, but their teammates are 6574.
From Whitewater High School in Whitewater, Wisconsin, Farrah Dermis.
And they are joined by team 6381.
They're the pride of Sheboygan, Red Raider Robotics.
Looking to be the strongest link of the chain, it's 2062.
From Link City, that's Core 2062.
Joining with the orange theme, it's 2202.
It's the Beast, baby. That's Beast Robotics from Brookfield.
And finally, give it up for team 3596.
Team Rocket's blasting off again. Rocket Robotics.
All right, we're going to get this match going in 3, 2, 1, go.
Here we go, qualification match number 13. Right away, 2202 and their partner Core Robotics head out to the neutral zone. Core gets hung up on a bit of fuel, but Beast Robotics able to successfully make it back and launch those up into the illuminated blue hub. But over for your Red Alliance, that's going to be Farrah Dermis, who's going to pull Red ahead by a score of 58 to Blue's 14. As drivers step up, take the controls to play a little bit of rebuild. Transition period comes to a close. Blue Alliance has the first active period. A little bit of yellow lemon zest out there in the middle of the field. As robots are trying to pick up these fuel, here comes Core taking aim and firing. Shots making up into their blue hub. 5 more seconds of the active blue period. Rocket Robotics Looks like that robot's back in action here. But now Red is taking aim. Here comes Red Raider Robotics. They're firing from directly in front of the hub. Their partners, Ferrodermis, pouring it on from that red trench. In a little bit of defense from Rocket Robotics. But they are able to continue moving around the field. Now getting shoved up by that blue trench. These matches can get rough. Red Raider pouring it on a little bit more before blue goes active. Here we go, synchronized shooting from 2202 and Core up and in. Now facing the stingy defense of that big refrigerator robot, the Honey Badgers. As we head down to 1 minute left here in the match. Red has now surmounted a 100-point lead. It looks like Ferrodermis is going to take aim from protection under that trench. Rocket Robotics though pushing them out. However, Ferrodermis able to stay locked onto that hub and a steady stream of fuel going up and in. Knocking on the door of 200 points. One fuel shy as we approach the 30-second endgame period. There's the 200-point mark for your Red Alliance. They've already gotten that energized rank point, trying to get the supercharged, needing 360 fuel scored. 20 seconds left. Blue Alliance still looking for that first energized rank point. They're at 65. Here comes Core trying to get them a little closer to that rank point. 72 points for Blue. As we head down to the final few seconds here of qualification match number 13. Scores are in for qualification match number 13. Your Red Alliance is taking home the victory. 246 to Blue's 72. Those 4 ranking points are going to keep all those teams in the top 10. 65-74 currently up in number 1 here after the first 13 matches of MROC.
And we are back following qualification match 13. Ferrodermis staying in that first rank. Gentlemen, what do we think on that one?
I'm going to skip ahead here until a little bit after Otto here. And we're going to start breaking something down that I haven't seen all year. We've seen a little different strategies of it, but not to this level of play yet. So in here, down in this bottom right corner, we'll see a rebuild. But this is a rebuild for an off-season event, not for a competition. I haven't seen one of those before. But let's see what Honey Badgers are doing here with this new rebuild. So with this, have a little bit of issues over crushing and bump, but they're a little top heavy. But Andrew, what are they doing here?
It looks like they are max dimension and really trying to pick up every bit of fuel they can off the field. If I were to guess, I think that robot can hold over 100 fuel.
So, and right here, perfect feed right into 65-74 to fill up their hopper to allow them to it. You do have a little bit of a feed here where it's just kind of right where they're at, not too effective there, but you saw that direct feed right into Ferrodermis's intake there.
And correct me if I'm wrong, they do it right at the top here. They're going to feed kind of towards that human player station. Not sure any of them really make it in right up at the top here. But you can see that they're still building along that back wall, which towards the end of the match, we can kind of see as it's getting down to it, right, for Ferrodermis, the team that is in that rank 1 position, we are looking at this final 14 seconds here, and they are still 16 fuel short of that ranking. They pick up those game pieces we saw shuttled earlier. They get down to this 234. They shoot their final 7 pieces or so here, locking in that rank point, which is, I mean, it's good holding them right in that first position. So.
Absolutely. It's always awesome to see what new concepts and ideas these teams come up with for the offseason. Let's take it back to the field.
I really want to drop the team.
It's time to introduce our teams for qualification match number 14, starting with team 9930.
From right here in Maguanago, that's Maguana Dos Bears.
And they're joined by team 93.
Who are we? 93, that's New Apple Core from Appleton.
And riding the wave, it's team 2826.
They're the pride of Oshkosh, Wisconsin, Wave Robotics.
Hustling on over to the blue side of the field, let's meet team 1306.
Representing Middleton, Wisconsin, that's Badgerbots.
And they're joined by team 9993 this time.
Also from Appleton, Newer Apple Core.
And finishing it off, it's team 8701.
They're green with envy. That's Graffiti from Greendale High School.
All right, let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go.
Here we go. First 20 seconds of the match. All pre-programmed instructions. Time for the software teams to show off what they've got. 1306 for your Blue Alliance, launching a volley of fuel up. Meanwhile, for Red, that's going to be 93 doing the same, going both robots back in the neutral zone, scooping up more fuel. And it's going to be a 1-point lead, 25-24, favor of the Blue Alliance. 13:06 though, dumping that hopper of fuel up and in. Fuel flying out of the field as the Reds' active shift begins. Here comes 9990. They've got that high arc of fuel falling a little bit short of the hub. We'll see if they can recalibrate, picking that fuel back up off from the Red Alliance zone. While 1306 tries to steal away some of that fuel they've got stashed in the corner. Red Alliance built a bit of a lead, but now Blue is active. Here comes 1306 trying to get over that blue bump. Their partner's 8701 navigating underneath the blue trench. As Badgerbots now getting pestered by Wave Robotics a little bit. However, there's a lot of fuel over next to the Blue Alliance Station wall as 1306 able to shoot over Wave Robotics. As we approach a minute 10 left here in this match, fuel streaming in from the Appleton machine. Their partners, 9990. That die rotor spinning around inside their robot, maybe trying to check their controls. Doesn't appear to be moving, but the robot is on. As we now head under a minute, 1306 locked and loaded, showing off why they won not a single but 2 different district events this year here in Wisconsin's district. 40 seconds left. Blue still has a 40-point lead, increasing ever so slightly with Badgerbot's score, but Red's hub is about to be active. 93 is crossing back over the field with a robot full of fuel. They're going to look to see if they can pull within Blue score and surpass them. 93 scoring, 9990 launching fuel up and just short. 40 points separate these two alliances as we head down to the last 10 seconds of the match. 93 with a good volley, but 1306 matching it for Blue. With 3, 2, 1, and that's the end of qualification match 14. Scores are in for the last match. Let's take a look. This one's going to your Blue Alliance. 223 to Reds 147. Both alliances will earn that Energize RP for scoring 100 fuel in this qualification match.
Alrighty, we got the teams for qualification match 15. First on the Red Alliance. They won this event back in 2022. Please give it up for 1792.
Hailing from Oak Creek High School in Oak Creek, Wisconsin, Round Table Robotics.
This year they went to Worlds. They are the 2026 Curry Division winners. Please give it up for 1714.
The pride of St. Thomas More High School, More Robotics.
Back in 2024, this team, they won the Judges Award here at MROC. Please give it up for 6643.
Proudly representing Walden 3 High School in Racine, Walnuts and Bolts.
Heading over to the Blue Alliance side, this first team, they were the captain of the Alliance 7 back at Lakeland. Please give it up for 6223.
Out of Menominee Falls High School, Arsenal of Engineering.
This team in their rookie season went to state and won the Rookie All-Star Award. Please give it up for 10909.
Driving the robot, Gary, that's Cutting Edge.
Last team on this Blue Alliance side, they went to Seven Rivers. They were a finalist. Please give it up for 706.
They're geared to fly. That's the Cyberhawks from Heartland.
We got thumbs up for this next match. Let's begin this match in 3, 2, 1, go!
Here we go, qualification match number 15. 3 robots, check that, 4 robots in the center of the field. 1714 launches a large volley up into the red hub. Their partners, Round Table Robotics, doing the same, using that turret mechanism, scoring a steady stream of fuel in for red, but not to be outdone. 706. Showing you why they made it to the finals back at Seven Rivers. Also pouring it on for blue. Step up and drive. It's ready to play rebuilt. 706 pushing some of that fuel over as their partners. 6223, the Menominee Falls machine, starts to score with not 1 but 2 turrets into that active blue hub. 1714 feeding fuel over, trying to stockpile it into their alliance zone. That way when their hub is active, they've got access to a lot of fuel for quick scoring. Tussling up, playing a little bit of opportunistic defense against 706. Now it's Red's turn to score. 1714 is the first up. Here comes 1792. Hopper full of fuel. That big robot has a lot of scoring potential. No fuel coming out of that turret right now. Maybe they've got a jam. They're going to try to get that unstuck. Red still with about a 60-point, check that, 70-point advantage as 1714 pours on a little bit at the end. 10-9-09, the rookie sensation over by the blue tower. They've got a lot of fuel in this back corner, a couple in their robot, while their partner 706 now tossing them up for blue. 6223, solid robot signal light. They may have gotten disconnected from the field. We're going to hope that they can reconnect to help out the Blue Alliance. But over on red, Walden tossing fuel up and in from right in front of that hub. A lot of great synergy for the Red Alliance here. Everybody's finding their spots they want to play in, finding their roles, and that's gotten them out to nearly 240 points as we head towards the final 30 seconds. 1714. Showing you why they made it all the way to Einstein this year. They are fast, they are efficient, they've got another hopper full of fuel, and they are launching it up and into that red hub. Knocking on the door, now crossing the 300-point threshold with 15 seconds left to play in match 15. Moore continuing to score, trying to get to that 360-point supercharge rank point. Can they get it done with 2, 1? It'll be close. We'll check those scores in just a moment. All right, scores are coming up on the board. Red Alliance is victorious in this match. 339 to Blues 126. Just shy of that supercharged bonus. That means both alliances will walk home with the energized rank point, and 3 for your Red Alliance with the win.
And that ends qualification match 15. We are now getting close to about a third of the way through qualification matches, seeing some teams go up in the rankings, go down. Every team getting to about 3 to 4 matches played now. Gentlemen, what do we think?
Yeah, let's get to it.
Yeah, so starting out here, right? Coming out of auto, we see the typical strategies that we've been seeing, both Roundtable and more, really, loading up their red side hub. What I think is interesting is that, like we talked about, that strategy of getting out to the middle and getting back as quick as possible to get that transition shift shot in, definitely something that developed over the course of the season, right?
Yeah, that first shift wasn't necessarily used as much as it is now, where you have your robots, you're ending your auto period going into that center zone, just to make sure you can get back to get that another hopper load off. So the throughput or that balls per second of teams have drastically increased over the years as the season's progressed, where it's like, hey, you only have so much amount of time to be able to score. You've got to use it most effectively.
Yeah, maximizing every second.
Absolutely. I'd like to give a shout out to 706 Cyberhawks here. As you see throughout the match, they have a pretty small hopper, but don't be fooled. That doesn't mean that they don't have firepower. They rely on sweeping the field constantly, shooting on the move, getting fuel back to their side, and when it becomes their shift, they get back to their alliance zone, and then they rapid fire. They do that same vacuuming motion just through their alliance zone. They pick everything up. They shoot quickly. It gives them great versatility. They're really good passing robots. They're really great for scoring. Just kind of an all-around asset to have as an alliance partner, and really good scoring firepower for this game. I think it's going to take them far through the comp.
Yeah, definitely something similar that we've seen from Roundtable as well. So kind of a different archetype where they're that tall, big hopper. They're not necessarily pass as many as they are picking up as 706 is, but kind of different strategy, and they do adapt a little bit differently, where instead of having that you're always constantly passing, Roundtable's constantly intaking and then getting that large hopper into their zone during their shift.
And it's interesting, these teams did face off in the lacrosse district event finals, where Roundtable did ultimately win the event. Anyways, we're going to send it back to the field now.
Alrighty, let's redo that. That was a little embarrassing. All right, first team on the Red Alliance. They went to Seven Rivers, and they won it. Please give it up for 1259.
Proudly representing Pewaukee High School, Paradigm Shift.
In the middle station, please give it up for 6381.
Winners of the first Impact Award at the Lakeland District event, that's Red Raider Robotics.
Last team on our Red Alliance, please give it up for 2202.
We're driving the robot called Gary, that's Beast Robotics from Brookfield.
First team on the Blue Alliance, please give it up for 1220.
Out of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, that's Rockhoppers.
In the middle station, please give it up for 930.
Your hometown team, that's Mugwanago Bears.
Last team on this Blue Alliance side, please give it up for 7900.
Winners of the Mugwanago event at the district here, that's Trial and Terror.
Thumbs up for qualification match 16. Let's get this started in 3, 2, 1, go!
Here we go, qualification match 16. 930 making a fast swipe, now back over the blue bump and up into that hub as a volley of fuel. Looks like 1259 maybe getting beached on fuel over in the center of the field. Their partners though, 2202, able to make a strike and come back out. With that second volley from the Mugwanago Bears, Blue is going to take the advantage as we head into the transition period. 5 of the 6 robots in the center of the field now. For Red, robots starting to head back over and score during their active period. Looks like Red Raider Robotics taking a shooting position from right in front of that hub, launching fuel up and in. 1259 with an empty hopper, but a lot of fuel right around them, able to traverse the bump and joining their scoring with their partners, Beast and Red Raider. That's going to propel Red out in front, but here comes the hometown hero, 930. Launching a volley of fuel up and in for Blue. Their partners, Trial and Terror, may be stuck on some fuel in the center of the field, but they're getting some fuel scored from the Rockhopper machine. They've got that sideways launcher able to score fuel from down in the trench area. 7900 and 930 getting a few more shots in. That will ping pong the lead back to Blue, but here comes Red. 1259 showing you why they were winners out in lacrosse earlier this season. Turret engaged, they were able to retake the lead for the Red Alliance. Continuing to pour it on with their partners from Sheboygan and Brookfield. As the Red active period comes to an end, 930 now launches fuel up and in, as does Trial and Terror for the Blue Alliance. This match is going back and forth. Looks like 1220 able to get that fuel unjammed, and now a stream of fuel from the Milwaukee machine. Folks, we are nearly tied. 1 point separating these alliances as we approach the end game period. Blue trying to take the advantage before Red's hub goes active, but 1259 was locked and loaded. They're going to score some last-minute fuel here. Looks like Red Raider Robotics might be dead under that blue trench. Field staff taking a look at that robot. It's still a very close match. 20 points separate these two alliances. 1220 continuing to score. 7900 with that 10-point hang. If we can get a few more fuel from Blue, that could be the difference here in this match, as qualification match 16 is over. Scores are in. This match went back and forth, but in the end, it's going to be the Red Alliance taking home the victory by just 10 points, 187 to 177. Nicely done for your Red Alliance.
Another great match here at MROC with some pretty big implications. Both Rock Hoppers and 930 moving down a couple spots. What do we think on that one?
Yeah, I mean, it starts right away. The drama starts right away. Paradigm getting beached on some of the balls in the middle in auto ultimately results in their auto. They're going to be down at the end of this auto period, which kind of puts the pressure on Red. Obviously, as we know, the strategy is to win out of auto. You get more time to prepare for your first shift. They're ultimately down about 16 game pieces, but we see as auto concludes here, one of Paradigm's teammates, it looks to be 6381 Red Raider Robotics, is going to free them off that fuel. We're going to see them recover here, instantly shuttling over all these game pieces sitting right in front of their hub. Just kind of guaranteeing that those pieces are on their side of their field, which is important in a match like this, going up against a really great team in 930 and a good team in 1220.
Yeah, that is something really to point out. They did not cross over this field during their shift. They just went directly into it of, hey, they knew they were slow to make that transition shift. They knew they were down in that auto, so they were going to get that first shift after transition, and they just passed the whole time. They didn't even come over to shoot.
Right, really speaks to the driver's ability there and the coaching ability to see that, recognize, you know, hey, we've only got 2 seconds to get over and shoot anyways. Let's get as many pieces onto our side of the field as possible.
Absolutely, and we have seen throughout the season and even continuing today's off-season event, you know, where the auto with these bumps can just be so treacherous for robots getting stuck on the fuel, but the recovery is really what mattered here and ultimately led to that Red Alliance victory.
Right. And looking into this one, so they are prepared for the shift. They have the fuel over here, and then now they are scoring during their shift. So overall, with that switch of it, they do change their strategy up. So let's see what this next match goes, and we'll toss back to the field.
We got some robots for our next match. Let's meet our teams. First team on the Red Alliance, we have 6318.
Finalists at the Wind District Lakeland event back in week 1. That's Freedom Engineers.
In the middle driver's station, we have 1091.
They're the pride of Hartford High School, Oriole Assault.
Last team on this Red Alliance, we have 93.
Driving the robot, Tobor 29, New Apple Core.
Sneak around here, the Ghostbusters vacuuming on the floor. All right, first team on the Blue Alliance, we have 5096.
Out of Germantown, Wisconsin, the Teutonic Force.
In the middle driver station, a pretty successful 2026 season. They went to Worlds. Please give it up for 2826.
Winners of the first Impact Award at state championships. That's Wave Robotics.
Last team on this Blue Alliance. Please give it up for 3596.
Finalists at the Wind District Maguanago event. That's Rocket Robotics.
Thumbs up for qualification match 17. Let's get this thing started in 3, 2, 1, go!
Here we go. Autonomous period. Wave Robotics flies out into that neutral zone, scooping up some fuel and firing it up into the active blue hub as their partners, the Teutonic Force, try to pick up fuel from the depot, now spinning their robot back towards the blue hub. Up, 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 and in, scoring a few more. However, Red Alliance is going to take the advantage here. The Appleton machine flying out into that big pile of fuel, but quickly facing defense from the South Milwaukee Rocket Robotics. Blue is active first. Wave Robotics taking aim, firing in. Now back out into the neutral zone. Drivers have to take care. These fuel like to collect on the backsides of these bumps, and robots can get beached on top of them if they are not careful. Here comes Teutonic Force, shooting some fuel sky high into the blue hub. They've pulled within 8 of Red, but over on the Red Alliance, fuel is pouring in there from the Appleton machine and their partners out of freedom. 1091 trying to get in on the scoring action, shooting them high, a little short of that red hub. They're going to recalculate and try once more. 93 continuing to score fuel up and in. Might have a fuel wedged in their bumpers, but that's not going to stop them. Back to blue, 1091 making their way over, maybe taking a defensive position against Wave Robotics, but that differential turret staying locked onto the hub, shooting a little bit off as their partners, the Teutonic Force, shooting from way downtown. Trying to make the most of the blue active period. Red is back active. There goes 93, up and in, 2 balls at a time coming out of that robot as they look to scoop up some more. Rocket Robotics playing some tough defense. Defense is a pretty effective strategy here in Rebuilt. Trying to knock some of these teams off their mark while scoring if they don't have a turret to stay locked on, or just preventing teams from traversing around the field when needed. Another stream of fuel coming from the Appleton robot as we are at 20 seconds left in this match. Red has surpassed the threshold for earning that energized rank point. Wave Robotics has a ton of fuel over in the blue corner, trying to take advantage, now driving back to the neutral zone. A lot of robots over in the red zone with 5 seconds left. Have to be careful not to get any penalties for that protected tower as this qualification match is over. Scores are in for that last match. This one's going to go to your Red Alliance, taking the victory with a score of 153 to Blues 44. Red's going to take home 4 ranking points here in qualification match 17.
Alrighty, we got some robots for our next match. First team on the Red Alliance, please give it up for 9991.
Out of Brookfield, Wisconsin, Beast Squared.
In the rookie season, please give it up for 11258.
Family community team from Middleton, that's the Honey Badgers.
The newer kids on the block, please give it up for 9993.
Newer Apple Core from Appleton.
First team on this Blue Alliance. For the past 3 years at MROC, they have been a finalist. Please give it up for 1714.
What's better than finals at MROC? More finals at MROC. That's more robotics.
In the middle station, they were finalists back in 2023. Please give it up for 2062.
Out of Link City, Linksylvania, that's Core 2062.
Last team on this Blue Alliance, they were finalists back in 2024 here at MROC. Please give it up for 8701.
They've got one word for you. Tube. That's Graffiti from Greendale.
We got thumbs up for qualification match 18. Let's get this started in 3, 2, 1, go!
Here we go, 18. Moore and Core shooting out into the middle of the field. Moore on their way back. A high-flying stream of fuel coming in. Core doing the same, but they get caught up a little bit on that blue trench. Moore back out for Moore. Navigates the bump, turns, locks in, and scores another volley into that blue hub. Blue's going to have the advantage coming out of autonomous as Red now looks to gather some fuel and get ready for their active shift. Here comes Newer Apple Core. Looks like they're going to be pushing some of those fuel underneath that red trench and into the human player station. As their partners their partners B Squared 9991 trying to do the same, but they're facing a little bit of defense from 1714. 1714 now motionless in the middle of the field, still connected. They're going to have to rely on their partner's Core, who's over there in the blue home zone, taking aim, firing up into that active blue hub. Here comes more robotics back in action with a hopper full of fuel. They're going to dump that up and in. And with just a few seconds left of this active blue period, they're going to cross that 100-point threshold. Nicely done for your Blue Alliance. 8701 trying to block that red trench as Beast Squared lobs a few up and in. Here comes Newer Apple Core, once again pushing that fuel underneath that red trench. There's a lot of fuel over in the corner. B Squared pushing it in and trying to collect some fuel into the top of their robot, but hub shifts back to blue for their active period. Core taking aim from the blue tower. Moore doing the same. They've got the Blue Alliance up over 160 points here. As we approach the final 30 seconds of the match, 8701, field light is blinking. They may be disconnected over in the corner of the blue station, right in front of that human player. Red human players making some shots in from downtown, overshooting a bit, trying to score a few more points for your Red Alliance, but this match is looking all blue as Moore and Core once again tag teaming that active blue hub. With 5 seconds left, they're going to try to get a couple more points in as qualification match 18 comes to an end. All right, scores are in for that last qualification match. Blue Alliance taking home the victory. 248 to Reds 20. Blue taking home 4 ranking points here in qualification match 18.
Another great match here at MROC. Wow, we have had a great day so far. Many big implications with the rankings there in that match. Just a quick overview of what our top rankings look like at the moment. Ferroderma still hanging on to that first seed spot. Badgerbots in second, Hilltoppers in third, and in fourth, Paradigm Shift. I'm joined here with Cade and Tyler, who are members of the Drive team, and they're here to share a little bit about their community impact, just to change things up a little bit. So, Tyler, I believe you were telling me a little bit about your first LEGO League programs?
Yeah, so Pewaukee School District, we're lucky enough to be a full school district that's K through 12. So what that allows us to do is that we started with Paradigm Shift in 2004, but since then we've been able to expand our first robotics program beyond the high school level by incorporating FLL with that. So we have Explorer that is for the elementary school range, and then from elementary school to middle school we have challenge teams. We currently have 20 first teams within the Pewaukee School District, 9 of those being challenge teams and 10 of those being explorer teams. It's been amazing talking with other teams to show them what we do and how we do it, and we're always open to talk to other teams on how to start their program or improve their program. In addition to Pewaukee School District being so strong in that regard, we also just got a new shop space, which has allowed our opportunities to expand with how we design our robot. And Cade, you want to talk more about that?
Yeah, so just this past school year, our school district just got finished with a brand new referendum that completely revamped our tech ed spaces. That includes the metal shops and the wood shops, but also the art spaces as well. And that allows us to greatly advance not only our manufacturing capabilities, but also bring in more students because of the new shops, and they're able to see how great of a space that we have now, and we're very grateful for the school district to be able to do this. In addition, we're able to make many new parts that we weren't able to do before. We have a lot of new, for example, we have a new or Rocky. And our second robot, the difference between the two is one of them is a little bit shorter. That was designed to be a trench bot, and we were kind of deciding the difference between whether or not to have, we were deciding whether or not to have the ability to go under the trench versus carry a whole lot more balls.
Awesome. Sounds like some really great work you guys have been doing this year, and culminating up to winning the Impact Award at Appleton this year.
Yes.
Congratulations to you both. And we've got some more matches coming up, so let's take it back to the field. Great job, guys.
Qualification match 19. First on the Red Alliance side, making some repairs to the robot right now, but it is 99.90.
The Moguana Dos Bears.
In the middle station on our Red Alliance, we have 66.43.
Walnuts and bolts.
Last team on our Red Alliance, we have 62.23.
Arsenal of
Alrighty, first team on our blue alliance here. It is 99-92.
It's the Square Chair Robotics.
In our middle station on the blue alliance, we have 85-31.
From Whitefish Bay, the Terminators.
Last team on this blue alliance, a very successful 2026 season, but they actually won this event back in 2022. Please give it up for 65-74.
Aerodermis.
Got thumbs up all around. Let's begin this match in 3, 2, 1, go!
20-second autonomous period started, and it starts with Arsenal Engineering moving into the middle. Go Bears, and Walnuts and Bolts shoots in for red. Fairdermis comes into the middle. For blue, comes back and unloads their large hopper. Arsenal of Engineering gets hung up on the bump at the end of autonomous, and teleop starts. Fairdermis continues to shoot. Their alliance partners, Square, Chair, Robotics, and Terminators move into the middle. Terminators looking like they're forming up a defensive position on the red side of the field, blocking Maguana Dose Bears. Blue currently leads in the first scoring period. Red, you have Arsenal of Engineering and Walnuts and Bolts intaking fuel, while Maguana Dose is trying to shoot, but Terminators playing defense on them. Fairdermis is set up to shoot as their period starts now. Maguana Dose and Arsenal of Engineering in the middle. Fairdermis continuing to shoot fuel from their large hopper into their blue hub. Square Chair Robotics looks to be feeding Fairdermis by pushing fuel through the trenches as Fairdermis comes back to shoot for blue in their last seconds of their phase. Red's goal is now lit up. Walnuts and Bolts comes back to the red side of the field. Terminators is over there playing some defense, while the other two red robots are looking to be playing defense on Fairdermis in the middle of the field. Walnuts and Bolts is shooting into that red hub, while Terminators is giving them some grief. Fairdermis is set up as their final period starts now. Arsenal of Engineering is staying on the blue side, looking to defend against Square Chair Robotics, as Maguana Dose Bears is sitting in the middle and is ready to play defense on Fairdermis, who goes right to the red side of the field to intake some of that red fuel. Square Chairs hanging in the blue area as endgame starts. Both hubs are now online during this period. Fairdermis is set up to shoot, as is Walnuts and Bolts. Both are seeing some defense. Maguana Dose Bears is sitting idle in their area as Fairdermis unloads their hopper with about 15 seconds left. Blue is leading 200-34. Walnuts and Bolts is trying to line up, get some last second fuel in. Same with Fairdermis. And that's the match. The scores are in, and the Blue Alliance wins with a final score of 223 to 35. That'll keep Ferrodermis in the #1 seed, as Walnuts and Bolts, the highest member of the Red Alliance, goes down to 13th.
Test. There we go. All right, it's time to meet our teams for our next qualification match. Cutting right away to Team 10909.
From Madison, Wisconsin, it is Cutting Edge.
And topping the hill, it's 1732.
Your third seed, it's the Hilltopper Robotics.
And over to the other side, we've got Team 1792.
A team no stranger to success. It's 1792.
Over on the Blue Alliance side, let's hear it for Team 1306.
Your second seed, Badger Bots.
They are joined by the power of 2826.
From Oshkosh, Wisconsin, it is Wave Robotics.
And finally, we've got Team 1091.
Oriole Assault.
All right, we've got our thumbs up. Let's get this match going in 3, 2, 1, go.
Autonomous starts with Hilltoppers and Badgerbots coming into the middle for a race. Roundtable soon joins them. Red is sending off a barrage. Badgerbot seems to get hung up on some fuel, doesn't get theirs off. Roundtable continuing to send fuel into that hub as Hilltoppers comes and Badgerbots gets their barrage off. Red leads out of Autonomous 82 to 42. Blue will get the first scoring period and Badgerbots is already back with a full hub. Hilltopper trying to get in before theirs shuts down. Wave looks to be playing defense on that Hilltopper machine as Roundtable comes into the center to pick up some fuel. Same with Cutting Edge. Oriole Assault shot some fuel up into that hub and Badgerbots soon does, as it looks like Roundtable is trying to play some defense on that Badger machine. The blue hub goes off and the red goes on, and Hilltoppers and Cutting Edge are right there scoring. Oriole and Wave are trying to give them some grief as Roundtable continues to play defense on the now feeding robot Badgerbots. Hilltopper is scoring despite the Oriole defense as Roundtable is intaking some fuel from the blue side to try and starve the Badgerbot machine. It looks like Wave and Oriole are keeping their defensive strategy, and it appears to be working as the Blue Alliance is currently leading, despite the defense from Roundtable on Badgerbots. Hilltopper Robotics is coming back ready to score as their period starts. Wave Robotics quickly follows them. Cutting Edge, lined up on the back, is sending in some free throws from the driver's station. Roundtable appears to be posturing in the Blue Alliance, preparing for Badgerbots, which just comes over the bump. Hilltopper is feeding Cutting Edge, as Cutting Edge is continuing to shoot from the driver's station. Endgame starts, both hubs are on. Blue has a very minuscule lead as Badgerbots tries to continue it. Hilltopper is trying their best to cut that lead down as we have 20 seconds left with less than 20 points separating these two alliances. Badgerbots continues to shoot fuel up as Hilltopper is trying to gather some and Cutting Edge is sending in some last minute fuel, and that is the match. The scores are in, and the Blue Alliance will be winning this hard-fought contest with a score of 189 to 169. Badgerbots will remain their second seed, while Hilltoppers goes down to the fourth off of their one ranking point earned.
a star-studded and pretty close match in the end results there, separated by 20 points. Heavy implications once again here. Badgerbot staying steady at second, Hilltoppers moving down to that number 4 spot. Why don't we get right into it?
So into here, quick grabs there in auto from Hilltoppers in 1306. What we kind of expected all year of that one. You do have Roundtable coming in for that second slower pass over the bump. You have a little interruption there of 1306, not be able to complete that second pass and getting those balls out. Just at the nick of time in auto. So you have that Red Alliance 40-point lead to start there.
One thing to point out here, we see Roundtable right at the beginning, or right at the end of auto there, their robots stop shooting. In the beginning here, you can see they're kind of working through a jam. As we get a little bit further into this match, we'll see them switch to some man-to-man defense, or zone defense, excuse me, on Badgerbots, right in this upper area here, trying to hold them out from underneath that trench, but throughout the entire match, just kind of owning that trench and owning that bump. Again, just relentless on Badgerbots. Just some great defense from one of the best offensive robots here at this event.
I really do think that swung the match too. I mean, Roundtable, consistently very good scorer. That's what got them ranked second on the Johnson division at the first championship this year, and a third place finish at the Wisconsin State Championship. So they're known for good scoring capabilities.
You see here, they ended up pulling initially from that initial defense to up here, because 1306 is playing that grab offense here and just passing it over. And they're like, they don't just want to wait around for that scoring opportunity, so they get to it right away for that defense opportunity. But overall with it, it's not as high enough as we were expecting, but there's a couple different things there that came up during the match to cause them to lower that score.
It's time to introduce our teams for our next qualification match, starting off with Team 2062.
Core.
They are joined by the powerhouse of 930.
Your host team, the McGuanago Bears.
And finishing off this alliance, it's going to be Team 9991.
Beast Squared.
Moving on over to the blue side, we've got the engineers of Team 6318.
Your Lakeland event finalists, Freedom Engineers.
They're joined by Team 706.
From Heartland, Cyberhawks.
And hopping on over to Team 1220.
Your 9th seed, Rockhoppers.
Everything is in order. Let's get this match going in 3, 2, 1, go.
This match starts with 930 and Core and Cyberhawks, 3 robots in the middle. 930 is the first to come back, unleashing, well, not quite unleashing, a wave. But Cyberhawks come back, shoot, same with Freedom Engineers and Rockhoppers on the blue side. 930 went for a double dip and gets that double dip in the hub as Teleop starts. Cyberhawks comes into the middle, using their turret to feed fuel to the Blue Alliance as Red lost Autonomous, and they'll have the first Teleop period to score. Beast Squared looks to be pushing fuel from the middle of the field to that red side as 930 looks to have some fuel jammed in their shooter, leading Core to be the sole scorer at the moment. Freedom Engineers and Rockhoppers are lining up for their period, which just started, and all 3 blue machines are scoring at the moment. Core comes over looking to throw a wrench in their plans as Beast and 930 appear to continue to push fuel to that red side for Core's offense. The blue period ends in 5 seconds. And Red is still intaking. With that sound, Red is now on the offense. 930 is in a shooting position, but it does look like their shooter has indeed jammed, leading Core to be the primary scorer for that red alliance. Rock, all the blue robots appear to be feeding their side, preparing for their offensive period, which has now just started. It appears 930 is on the defense, playing defense against Cyberhawks. And Freedom and Rockhoppers are both lined up to shoot, and Cyberhawks pulls in. 3 robots scoring in their final offense of switch, or period. 930 is postured right outside of the blue zone, waiting for blue to come out to play some defense. As endgame starts, Core is lined up to shoot for red. Same with 930, who looks like they've cleared their jam but is still not firing as we have 15 seconds left. Blue Alliance is all scoring, trying to close out this 40-point lead as a win, as Core is trying to do what they can, but 930 just can't shoot this match, and that is the match. The scores are in, and the Blue Alliance does close out this match for a win with a score of 137-73. That propels Rockhoppers, who is currently outside of captain spot, to your 6th seed, as 930, the previous 16th ranked, falls to 20th.
And we're back here at the MROC Live Desk, in-house and online. So we're happy to be at the desk with a person from the 9991's drive team. Welcome to the desk.
Hi. Thank you.
So you're the human player, correct?
Yes, I'm a U player for 9991.
So you guys are the second robot, right? Was this more of a development robot during the off-season? Was this the prototype robot? Can you tell me a little bit more how you guys designed this robot to be competing here today?
So this robot started out as a prototype from this robot started out as a prototype from the beginning of the season, and then once we got to the end of the regular season, we decided we're going to get a group together, we're going to finish this robot so that it's able to come here and compete at MROC.
Awesome. Can you tell me about that process of kind of getting the team together to get that robot finished for this competition?
It was, I would say, relatively easy. We were able to, there was a lot of teammate support throughout the regular season on it, continually improving on the prototype. And then once we got to the off season, everyone was just like, hey, we want to make this an actual robot. Let's do it. So we were able to get a great amount of mentor support, and a great amount of student support as well.
So,
and just real quick, how does that kind of help you guys as students develop your skills, going into another season, 2027?
It was able to help us teach a lot of rookies on how to do stuff. So this was a mostly rookie-based robot with a lot of freshmen going on to sophomores, being able to get a lot more hands-on experience than during the regular season.
That's awesome. That's definitely the off season is a really good, important opportunity to, one, get that experience, get that hands-on experience with the robot, fix it between matches, right? I'm sure. Have you guys had any issues so far?
So far we're so good, but knock on wood.
Hopefully I didn't jinx you there, because that'd be really nice. Hopefully not too, but that's also a good experience with that.
Yeah.
How's it been behind the glass?
It's been a little stressful because it's not what we're used to, because I am the competition driver or human player for 2202. So it's a little different we're shuttling balls a lot more because we don't really have an intake on this robot. But it's a great time. I always love being able to shoot.
Awesome. Yeah, no, it's definitely a good opportunity to increase that score a little bit here. But for the sake of this, we're going to toss it back to the field. So thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
All right, let's meet our teams for this next qualification match. Starting off with the terror of 7,900.
It's Trial and Terror.
They're joined by the force of 5096.
From Germantown, the Teutonic Force.
And here to badger the competition, it's 11258.
Your current 7th seed, the Honey Badgers.
Over on the blue side of the field, we've got 6381.
Celebrating their 10th season, it is Red Raider Robotics.
We've got one more team to introduce here. It's 1714.
Your 5th seed, more Robotics.
And we've got team 9990.
Maguana Dos Bears.
It's time to kick things off. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go.
We'll start this match with scores of fuel coming in from Red Raider and Trial and Terror. Trial and Terror goes for a climb in auto, gets it. More Robotics came into the middle of the field, comes back and shoots their load right before autonomous ends. Teliot starts with the Blue Alliance safely in the lead by about 30 points as 9990 with the Robot Cyclone comes in and intakes fuel from the middle. Same with Moore and their other alliance partner, Red Raider Robotics. Trial and Terror gets off their tower and lines up to shoot. Same with the Teutonic Force from Germantown. Honey Badgers is in a defensive-like position right in front of those blue bumps as Trial and Terror gets beached in the middle of the field. Blue Alliance now has their offensive period, and all three are shooting. More Robotics already gotten a load off, comes back and empties their second hopper into that period as Blue is running away with this match. With 3 seconds left in their period, Red Alliance, the Teutonic Force is lining up to shoot, trying to cut down on this blue lead, with their alliance partners coming in to their side of the field to help. Blue Alliance continues to intake from the middle, which is looking rather sparse, and feeding that to their side for their final offensive push. Coming up in 2 seconds. Our Robotics jumps the guns, unloads their hopper right before it starts as they continue to run away with this match. All 3 blue robots in their zone, intaking as much and shooting as much as possible as we start to come into endgame. Honey Badgers and the Teutonic Force are lined up on the red side of the field to cut down as much as they can on this lead, but with 200 points separating, it's going to be hard to do. More Robotics is making some interesting sounds with their robot as they continue to feed their alliance partners as we come into the last 12 seconds. Blue is just all offense as Red is struggling to keep up as we have 3, 2, 1, and that's the match. The scores are in, and the Blue Alliance will take this match with a score of 359 to 53. Blue Alliance has Red Raider and more move up into captain positions as the Honey Badgers, previously ranked 7th, falls down to 10, still in the hunt for a captain position.
Let's find out who's going to be competing in our next qualification match, starting off with 3596.
It's not rocket science, it's rocket robotics.
One batch, two batch, Penny and Paradigm. Let's give it up for team 1259.
Your third seed, Paradigm Shift.
And in some of the coolest overalls I've ever seen, it's 1306.
Your state finalists, Badger Bots.
Over on our blue side, we're going to start off this arsenal with team 6223.
The Arsenal of Engineering.
And joining them, it's going to be 8531.
The Lakeland event finalists, the Terminators.
And finally, one of our sister teams here today, it's 9993.
From Appleton, the newer Apple Core.
We've got our signal that we're ready to go. We'll get started in 3, 2, 1, go.
The match starts, and the Red Alliance races the buzzer as Badgerbots. Oh, and a big hit from Arsenal and Paradigm Shift as they hit in the middle in the autonomous period. This does not slow down that Red Alliance, who are scoring a ton in this autonomous period, already going over 40 points, and soon to be 50 as Paradigm hits Arsenal again, knocking them loose from the fuel that they were stuck with. But Arsenal's intake does not look nice right now. Paradigm comes back into the middle, preparing for their shift, which is in 20 seconds. As Blue Alliance, they're on the offensive now, but they're trying to get fuel to score as newer Apple Core pushes a ton into their blue area. As Arsenal of Engineering is doing the same, it does look like their intake is busted for this match. Red Alliance scoring period has started, and Paradigm and Badgerbot showing them why they are highly ranked despite the blue defense. As Blue Alliance continues to push fuel into their area, Robotics is looking to form up a defensive position against the Blue Alliance robots whenever they come back to the blue side of the field. Red's offense is done, and they only got about 30 points in that period, a testament to Terminator's defense on that red side of the field. Despite Blue being on the offense, they have no robots on their side of the field as they look to be going double, if not triple defense, but it does look like newer Apple Core was stuck, and they've since freed themselves as they continue to push fuel to that blue side of the field. As Red is struggling to shoot BadgerBots is getting hung up by Terminators defense, and Paradigm looks to be having trouble with their turret. Despite this, they are heavily favored to win as they have 100 points on this blue alliance, which doesn't seem to be scoring that much. As we have 20 seconds left, BadgerBots has a full hopper as it looks like they're trying to get back to the red side of the field. And Paradigm is filling up. 10 seconds left. Paradigm and BadgerBots lining up to put the nail in this coffin for the Blue Alliance. The scores are in, and it is the Red Alliance coming away with the win with a score of 122-15. A match that saw a lot of defense. BadgerBots and Paradigm are still in their second and third ranked positions, and they've moved Rocket Robotics from 29th to 28th.
Another great qualification match here at MROC. We are joined here by Sam Lewis, one of the drive team members from 1306 BadgerBots, currently sitting in second place. Sam, we'd like to go through a play-by-play with you and talk about that last match. So starting off the match, pretty strong performance. Obviously, 1306 has kind of shown up with this two-pass auto. Go into the middle, you grab that fuel, go back, do it again. It usually gives you this pretty good lead, as we see right here. You swoop through, and you make those shots once again.
So from there, can you walk us then? So now you're in transition period. What's the drive team thinking?
Right now, we want to try and get these balls right here. Yeah, we want to try and get all of those before any of our partners or the opposite alliance can get them.
Okay. And looks like you got a little bit of defense directly here from this blue robot, right?
Yeah. And then right now, yeah, we're just trying to collect more balls.
And then from here, you see initially missed that shift. Is this a mechanical issue, or is this basically just kind of a feeding issue, kind of figuring out that what's our next step?
Yeah, we had a small programming issue during this match where some of our cameras stopped working. So we were unfortunately unable to score for most of the match, but we were trying to score in that human player station over there.
So in that moment, so you're trying to score as high as much as you can. What's that initial reaction? How do you handle it? How does the driver handle it? What's that initial thought process? How's that communication like between the two of you?
Yeah, usually we'll try and fix it for about like 10 seconds or so, and if we can't do that, we just try and switch strategies. Our backup strategy, I was behind the glass trying to fix the problem while our P1 driver was still driving and making sure that we're collecting balls and getting them to the human player station.
And it looks like here you're just trying to feed that human player station, give that human player at least something to throw and shoot. So
yeah.
Or how is that something you practiced before, or not being able to shoot, or is that just something new?
A little bit. So typically when we're not able to shoot, we either try and push balls, just like try and ram balls. And if for whatever reason, if that's not something we can do, like, or if our alliance partners are can't shoot very great, then we try and go for that human player station. Yeah, we have some very great human players.
No, that's awesome. Thank you for walking us through here, kind of giving our audience a little bit of a breakdown behind the glass with an unfortunate issue that you guys had, but you guys did get that win. You and Paradigm Shift kept that high top 8 rank, so congrats there. I'm sure the team will get it figured out in the pit, and good luck with the rest of today and tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you.
And back to the field.
All right, back on over to the field. I don't know about you, but I always love to see 1732.
Your 5th seed, Hilltopper Robotics.
Go nuts for team 6643.
They might be small, but they are mighty. It's Walnuts and Bolts.
And they're joined by team 9992.
Square Chair Robotics.
On the other side of the field, it's a beast of a team, 2202.
Beast Robotics.
Who are we? It's 93.
New Apple Corpse.
And with some of the coolest pauldrons I've seen, it's 6574.
With a robot that doesn't rust, it is Fair-a-Dermis.
Let's get this match going in 3, 2, 1, go.
Match 24 starts with Hilltoppers racing into the middle, swiftly followed by the blue duo of Beast and Fair-a-Dermis. Hilltoppers shoots a ton into that red hub as Fair-a-Dermis shoots their large hopper into their hub. And with Autonomous ending, it is the Red Alliance who take Autonomous. Hilltopper Robotics racing to get a little bit more fuel in before their hub shuts down for the blue offensive shift, which is held up a bit as Fair-a-Dermis got stuck on some fuel in the middle of the field before 93 bumped them off. With that, 93 and Beast shoot into their hub as Fair-a-Dermis has a solid light as they're in a shooting position. With that, the blue offensive phase is over and Hilltoppers immediately shoots into their active hub, trying to take the lead, and they do, from the Blue Alliance. As Walnuts and Bolts and Square Chair are pushing fuel. Never mind, Walnuts and Bolts is lined up and is shooting into that hub with their alliance partner, Hilltoppers. Blue Alliance is now in that offensive seat. 93 is getting some defense played on them by Square Chair. Beast Robotics is held up on the bump, and Fair-a-Dermis still is not moving, which they'd like to if they want to win this match and retain their first seeded position. Their offensive period is over, and Hilltoppers is trying to take a commanding lead in this match as Beast finally gets knocked off of the bump by their alliance partners, 93. Fair-a-Dermis signal light is on, but their robot still is not moving as Hilltoppers and Walnuts continue to shoot in that red hub as Fair-a-Dermis goes back to a solid light at the start of Endgame with Beast and 93 lining up to shoot for blue. They have to get over 100 points to even catch up with this Red Alliance with 15 seconds left. Hilltopper Robotics is trying to expand their lead and take this match, potentially pushing Ferrodermis off that 1 seed. As with 5 seconds left, Red still has a 100-point lead, and that will end our match. The scores are in, and the Red Alliance does take this with a score of 258 to 158, exactly 100 points. Hilltopper Robotics does remain in their 5th position. Ferrodermis falls down to the 3rd seed, and Walnuts and Bolts moves up into the top 10, just outside of a captain spot at rank number 9.
Another great match here at MROC, and we're right at about the halfway point. Quickly, we're going to do an overview of the rankings. Moving up to number 1 after that last match is BadgerBots. Number 2, Paradigm Shift. Moving down to number 3 as a result of that match, Ferrodermis. Number 4, More Robotics. And staying steady at 5th, Hilltoppers. We have Steve joining us here to do some play-by-play from that last match. Steve, welcome to the desk.
Thank you. Happy to be here.
So, Steve, I know you've seen a couple of matches this year so far, but what are you seeing from this initial auto run?
So from this auto run, we saw Marquette, who's one of the fastest robots to the center, actually got there way before Ferrodermis could. And they're actually going, here we got them going for their 2nd sweep to score and take the lead after Ferrodermis dumped their whole load, making it much closer than initially it was at the start of auto.
So yeah, 70 to 62. That's a lot closer than what 72's seen historically.
Yes.
But with here, we have 65-74. Really, with that start of their first shift, they're beached. They're
Right.
not scoring anything right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's tough because they're partnered with 93, and they're both big dumpers, so they can unload and score points in bunches right away. So we see 93 dumping a lot. But then 65-74 is stuck in the corner. It almost looks like they lost radio again.
So big dumpers. Can you explain that for the audience?
So big dumper it's a robot that can't go into the trench. That's the big part. And the dumper is the style of shooting. They shoot multiple balls at a time at a fast rate. So they can score lots and lots of balls at a time, 60, 80, 100 balls.
Absolutely. And we've seen that been really effective throughout the day from Ferrodermis, just being able to park up against a wall and just unload their entire hopper, tons of fuel, and their accuracy has been nailing it in the hub.
It has been huge, and they've done a great job all season improving every tournament, and we can see it paying off here. This one wasn't the best match for them, but they still put up a lot of points, and it was a closer score than you might have thought coming into it.
Yeah, thankfully we do have a lot of matches here at MROC, so I'm sure they'll come back and fix it for the next one. But so far with this one, let's toss to the next match.
Yep.
It's time to meet our teams for our next qualification match, starting off on the Red Alliance with Team 2826. That's going to be Wave Robotics. They are joined by Team 10909.
From Madison, Wisconsin, Cutting Edge.
And finishing off this alliance, it's the Green Machine 8701.
Leaving their mark, that's Graffiti from Greendale High School.
We've got a few more teams to introduce, starting with 17-14.
Winners of the Win District McGuanago event right here. That's more Robotics.
Next up is 7900.
They're bringing the terror all the way from Racine. Trial and Terror.
And rounding it out, it's going to be the team 6318.
They're the pride of Freedom High School, Freedom Engineers.
We're going to get going in 3, 2, 1, go.
Here we go, qualification match 25. We've crossed the halfway threshold. A little bit of surfing there. Looks like a collision between Wave Robotics and More Robotics in the center of the field is going to leave them both up on top of that fuel. So for blue, 6318, using that hopper, getting that fuel up and into the blue hub. Might be making the difference. Or those human player shots for red. Close match, 20-18. Red will have the advantage as Wave tries to get off of their fuel. Oh, gets tipped over by their partner using that intake, seeing that they can rock and roll their way back onto all four wheels. Blue's hub is active first. Here comes 17-14, More Robotics. Up and in, a fuel stream coming in, as is their partners, the Freedom Machine, contributing up to that score. Wave Robotics, they're back up on their wheels and driving around. Great teamwork there from Cutting Edge as Red's hub now goes active. Wave making their way back over. Back in action, their partners Cutting Edge. They take their aim from way back by the tower in a nice protected spot. They're trying to cut into that lead that the Blue Alliance has accumulated as Wave Robotics, using that differential turret, tries to launch a couple fuel up and in. 17-14 already shooting fuel up. Maybe losing a bar out of their robot, but doesn't seem to be impacting them so far. As the Milwaukee and Freedom robots tag teaming that active blue hub. Now here comes Trial and Terror up and over that blue hub, heading back into the center of the field, maybe getting ready to play a little bit of defense on the Red Alliance as they enter into their next active period. Looks like 28-26 launching fuel in from the corner. Cutting Edge already emptied their robot. They're refilling to get another volley up and in. Red Alliance trying to get to 100 points to earn that Energize rank point as we approach the 30-second end game. 17-14. You can see they begin shooting before their hub goes active. That's so that fuel is already into that hub as soon as it starts processing. They want to maximize their points. With under 20 seconds left, hook is extended for 7900. Over the bar, they're going to look to climb and earn 10 points here in the end game as More Robotics continues to score with 4, 3, 2, 1. This one is over. Scores are coming in for this last match. Winner is going to be the Blue Alliance. 257 to Reds, 131. 4 ranking points going home to Blue. That's going to keep Mo Robotics solidly in the number 4 position here as we are halfway through our qualification matches of MROC 2026.
Another match down with lots of thrilling tosses and turns. Let's take a look at the replay.
Yeah, so right out of auto here, very interesting. We've got 2 teams that kind of get stuck on the balls right in the middle here. What that does for our match here is it kind of results in a low-scoring auto. Only 22 to about 18 points, I believe, is what it gets to.
That's basically probably just the human players scoring.
Yeah.
I think we've seen quite a bit of robots getting beached on this fuel today.
It's those new drivers, right? There's not much practice there.
But yeah, I mean, as we jump into teleoperated period, we'll see that Wave getting unstuck, 17-14 getting unstuck. But then we see Wave kind of flips on their side.
Yeah, just down here, you just see their bumpers moving around a little bit there. So.
Yeah, you can see their intake is flipping in and out as they try to get themselves enough momentum to knock themselves back over. Kind of clear out the balls from underneath them and hit them from the other side to kind of get them unstuck. Those are some of the more fun moments, in my opinion, in FRC matches, right?
It's always so much fun. I've been on the other side of that where my team's tipped over during a match, and overall with that is it sucks. Like you're put so much into your season, into that match, and then you're just tipping over during it. It's just really hard to like accomplish that. But my best tipping over experience goes back to 2016. Einstein 330. Everyone, I recommend looking back at that one. Or have you guys ever seen that the 330 tipping matches on Einstein?
I was there for it.
Absolutely electric. Best tipping match. You tip over on Einstein, the finals of FRC. Climb, put a ball up in Stronghold that year, and then ended up falling back off the tower and getting back onto the outer outskirts of that tower. So definitely exciting. It's exciting to see that teams and getting those robots get back right.
That alliance recovered well, and they won the championship that year too.
Yeah. So it's definitely exciting. You can overcome that, and it really shows that the competition of teams.
Absolutely. Let's take it back to the field for our next qualification match.
It's time to meet our teams for qualification match number 26.
Talking about
starting
26.
off with 5096.
They're the pride of Germantown High School, the Teutonic Force.
They are joined by Team 2062.
Celebrating their 20th season from Waukesha, Wisconsin, Core 2062.
And flying on over, it's 706.
They're geared to fly from Heartland. That's the Cyberhawks.
Over on our blue side of the field, facing them, starting off is Team 8531.
From Whitefish Bay, driving the robot Lil Jess, that's Terminators.
And in the middle, we've got Team 1259.
From Pewaukee, Wisconsin, Paradigm Shift.
And finishing off our wonderful alliance is going to be Team 1091.
Representing Hartford High School, Oriole Assault.
We've got our thumbs up to get started in 3, 2, 1, go!
Autonomous period begins. Pre-programmed instructions from these robots. 3 robots head out to the center. Now 2062 and 706 head back for your Red Alliance. Both robots shooting from their respective trench areas. 706 continuing to dial those shots into the Red active hub. And as autonomous period ends, looks like Red's going to have that advantage thanks to 706's accurate shooting. But here comes the Pewaukee machine with a quick stream of fuel out of a full robot. That's a lot of points there for the Blue Alliance, courtesy of 1259. Their partners 1091 heading out to the neutral zone as well. Looks like they're actually positioning themselves for a defensive maneuver as 1259 continues to be the primary offensive contributor for Blue Alliance. First Blue active period winding down. Attention shifts to the red side of the field. 2062 looks like they may be stuck, getting a quick bump there from their Germantown partner as the Teutonic Force now takes position and starts launching fuel sky high up into that active red hub from back near the red tower. Blue Alliance currently with a 20-point lead, but that is quickly fading as Red catching up. However, paradigm shift, 1259. They've started to unload fuel. Maybe a little bit of a jam inside of that robot. They're shaking around, trying to free that fuel. A lot of point potential right now in that hopper if they're able to get those fuel into their scoring mechanism. As we head down under a minute left of the match, Blue just 2 fuel shy of that energized rank point. Here comes the Teutonic Force. Now paradigm shift, 1259 playing a little bit of defense. They may have shifted strategies here if they're having problems with their launcher mechanism. 2062 now lasering in a few fuel to that active red hub as well. Pulling within 10 points of the Blue Alliance. This one's going to come down to the end game, folks. Human players from both alliances throwing fuel in. And again, less than 10 points separating these two alliances. The human players could be the deciding factor here. Just 4 points separating as we go down under 10 seconds. Red Alliance has taken the lead. Core 2062 trying to extend it as qualification 26 comes to an end. Scores are in. That one was back and forth, very close at the end. And your Red Alliance is going to pull out the victory. 119 to 106. Very close match. Both alliances are going to take home that energized rank point and 3 more for your winning Red Alliance.
Another match down here at MROC. I am joined here by Eli and Ryder. Eli is the technician from Team 1091 Oriole Assault. Thank you for joining us at the live desk today.
Of course.
We would like to go through your last match and have you join us for a little play-by-play action. Tell us about what was going on in that match and kind of your team's approach to the rebuilt game and what you've been doing today.
All right, well, this last match definitely, I would say, was a real nail-biter, jaw-dropping, paint peeling off my face. It was coming down the last couple seconds there. And our team's approach has changed a lot since the very beginning of the season because when we first started out, we were trying to go for heavy accuracy, hit every single ball we shoot into the hoop. But as the season went on, we found out that the people who had more volume just always had that edge. And eventually we had some like mechanical failures with our shooter. So it came down to we blocked up our intake and we're basically just pure defense this time.
Awesome. Yeah, your defense looked really good in that match. Definitely made it a little bit of a headache for the Red Alliance. I think that gave you guys a little bit of an edge. Maybe could you tell us a little bit about this moment that's going on right here and kind of how your drivers are trained to play defense?
Well, out here we were kind of stopping them from bringing stuff over. We don't really want them to, have that opportunity if at all possible. We just kind of want to get in their way, I guess standard defense stuff. But yeah.
And then when it's coming down to these final couple seconds here, and you've got, a very close match, you're trying not to get a penalty, but you have to play tough defense around that tower area.
In cases like that, honestly, I heard the comment about come down to the human players scoring those last couple points, and honestly, kind of, I was sitting there watching, I was crossing my fingers, just got to either hold out long enough and just don't let them have any more opportunities, kind of, pinch them in that corner there, just keep them back, right, just long enough.
All right, great. Thank you so much, Eli, for joining us. Good luck to you and the rest of Team 1091 with the rest of the competition.
Thank you.
And let's take it back to the field.
Let's start introducing our teams for our next qualifications match. Starting off with the team, you can't miss them, in bright orange 2202.
From Brookfield, Wisconsin, Beast Robotics.
They are joined by team 1220.
That's your favorite team from Divine Savior Holy Angels and Marquette University High Schools, the Rockhoppers.
And finishing off this alliance, it's team 9993.
Newer Apple Core from Appleton.
At the top of the blue alliance, it's going to be 1732.
That's that other team from Divine Savior Holy Angels and Marquette University High Schools, Hilltopper Robotics.
And joining them, it's going to be 6223.
Arsenal of Engineering.
And finally, we've got team 1306.
Badger Bots with their robot Gimli.
We're going to begin this match in 3, 2, 1, go!
Here we go. A bit of a rematch from Lakeland event week 1 where 1732 and 1306 paired up. 1732 though surfing on some fuel. However, 1306 able to launch up and in for the Blue Alliance. However, it's the Red Alliance that's going to have the advantage coming out of Autonomous thanks to the scoring from 12-20. That's the Rockhoppers. Step up and drive, teleoperated period begins. 1306 now with a hopper full of fuel. They're lined up in the corner, getting ready to launch into that active blue hub. 1732, their partner is still beached out on that pile of fuel in the middle of the field. 6223 has not moved from the front of the hub area. Let's see if 1306 can knock their partners free and get some assistance with that scoring. Nice teamwork there for your Blue Alliance. However, Red with the advantage already is locked and loaded. Beast Robotics 2202 lobbing them up and in. 1220, their partners lined up, folding that intake to try to get fuel into their launching mechanism. One comes out. We'll see if they can get that jam unstuck. About a 25-point advantage for Red, but we know that the Blue Alliance has a lot of potential. They can quickly make up that gap. Here comes 1732 and 1306 together scoring up and in, and they have easily surpassed that gap, and they are now taking the lead. 100 points for your Blue Alliance, but they've got a lot more in their sights. 1732 using that turret mechanism, able to stay locked on to the hub no matter which way their robot is facing. Heavy collision in the middle of the field between the Hilltoppers and newer Apple Core as Beast lines up and starts to unload into the active Red hub. They've also surpassed the 100-point mark. Now 1220, the Rockhoppers taking over for scoring for your Red Alliance. We are about to head into the end game period. Both hubs now active. Simultaneous shooting coming from the Badgerbots and Hilltopper machines. 1732 has a lot of fuel. They have gathered in the back of the Blue Alliance area underneath that blue tower where it's nice and protected. They can clean that all up here in the final 10 seconds of the match. Heavy hit in the middle of the field between Rockhoppers, 1306 stationary for a moment, but they're back in action as qualification 27 comes to a close. Scores are in for that last match. Blue Alliance emerges victorious. 246 to 136. Both alliances have that bonus ranking point that will keep Badgerbots locked into the #1 ranked position.
Another great match and a little more movement in the rankings. Again, Hilltoppers, as a result of winning that match, up into the 4th seed spot. What do we think on that one?
Yeah, not as much as I was expecting out of that match. So really gets driven from this auto start, where it looks like 1306 and 1732 both had some issues with their autos. Really quick, you see 1732 cross that line, give that technical foul, and then you have 1306. Then kind of it hits that bump right there. You can't really complete that second pass, so that hurts it. You give those 15 points to Red, and you have that 30-point lead for Red coming out of auto, going to tell you out. So that means Blues has that first shift out after the transition period. But then you see 1732 being beached there. You see a little bump from their alliance partner, and you then have 2 robots that are out of your scoring shift. That's really hard to come back from.
Definitely, and I really think that the robots surfing on the fuel today have shifted some of our auto outcomes. I mean, they're only Blue holding back to 20 points when, Badger bots and Hilltoppers combined. I could see that being an 80-plus fuel auto if both those robots are performing as expected.
Yeah, so with this, you see really going that third shift, still a lead by Red, 62-47. Really, you having 2 robots out of that overall scoring shift for that shift 1, where then you see that second shift Blue Alliance really have them start to come back and drive those points and that score higher, and then into the end game.
Yeah, like you said, right? Those two upper tier robots that are ready to shoot, kind of sets the lead here, and then I don't think they ever give it back. And I mean, that's what you kind of need to do if you're working from behind, right?
Definitely, and these 1306 and 1732 machines complement each other so well, and this is what got them to win the Lakeland event week 1, scoring in the 400s, a high score that wouldn't be broken again until the state championship, again by 1306. Having the turret and being able to shoot on the move and having this dumper, I think just really works.
Well,
So let's introduce our teams for our next match, starting off with Team 930.
From right here in Mugwanago, that's the Mugwanago Bears.
And they are joined by Team 6381.
The pride of Sheboygan North High School, Red Raider Robotics.
And finishing off this alliance, blasting off his Team 3596.
From South Milwaukee High School, Rocket Robotics.
Standing out from the crowd, it's Team 8701.
Graffiti, driving the robot, Tubathy Chalamet.
They are joined by the other 930 team, 9990.
Your favorite Mugwanago team, hometown heroes, that's Mugwana Dos Bears.
And finishing off this alliance, it's going to be a 6574.
From Whitewater, Wisconsin, Farrah Dermis.
We've got the 2 hometown teams facing off against each other in this match. It is bound to be exciting. We'll get things going in 3, 2, 1, go!
Which Mugwanago team will win, the washing machine or the big dumper? Let's find out. In autonomous, 6574 for blue with 9990, both making their way into the center area. Now back over into the blue alliance side. Ferrodermis raining down fuel into that active blue hub, but over on red, 930 with their second swipe. Dumping it in. Looks like blue will have about a 10-point advantage as drivers take the controls. Ferrodermis motionless for the Blue Alliance. Their partners 9990 filling up with fuel in the middle of the field, making their way over that bump. But during this red active period, 930 takes aim, trying to shoot. They've got fuel. Now it's coming out of that robot as their partners Red Raider Robotics for red navigates over with a hopper full of fuel, taking aim and firing before we shift back to the blue side. Here comes 9990. Lots of fuel coming out of that robot, only some of them going into that hub. A little bit short, but they are within 7 points of the Red Alliance. They are going to have to work double duty here with Ferrodermis motionless in this match. 8701 over in a defensive position. A big volley of fuel from 930 and Red Raider Robotics now into that red hub. That's pushed them over the 100-point mark. 930 trying to clean up that fuel that's over in the corner of the Red Alliance area. Another quick volley for the McGuanago machine. And folks, we have an arena fault. We are going to reset this match. Always make sure to wear your safety glasses. All right, teams, we are... All right, teams, due to that field fault, we are going to bring those robots off the field. We're going to move on to match 29, and we will replay match 28 later on at the end of qualifications today. So, teams, please grab your robots, bring them back off the field, and we will be replaying qualification match 28 later on.
All right, let's find out who we're going to be seeing in match number 29. Again, remember that previous match we're going to be replaying later. But let's start off with Team 6643.
From Racine, Wisconsin, Walnuts and Bolts.
Next up on the field, it is Team 1792.
Driving the robot Atlas, Round Table Robotics.
And rounding off this alliance, it's going to be 11258.
Winners of the Wind District Appleton event, that's Honey Badgers from Middleton.
Over on the blue side, we've got the sister team to 2202. It's 9991.
They're the pride of Brooksfield, Beast Squared.
And they're joined by another sister team of one of the teams on the other side of the field, 9992.
Square Chair Robotics from Oak Creek.
And finally, we've got Team 93.
Competing in their 30th season from Appleton, Wisconsin, New Apple Corps.
We've got another match here where two sister teams are facing off against each other with 1792 and 9992. We've got our thumbs up to get it started in 3, 2, 1, go!
Are you feeling round or are you more of a square? Let's see how these teams do in this match. Looks like Round Table Robotics up on a pile of fuel in the center of the field, while 93 for the Blue Alliance raining down fuel for the blue into that blue active hub. As drivers step up, take the controls, Blue's got an 11-point advantage. Round Table able to get unstuck from that pile of fuel. Now they are trying to fill up that big hopper on their robot. While 9992 playing a little bit of defense, but Round Table stuck on that red bump, unable to score. Their partners, Walden, 6643, gets them unjammed. Now lowers their intake, trying to get some fuel of their own. As we head down, under 2 minutes left in this match. Blue getting ready for their first active period. That blue hub lights up. That means it's time to score. Blue human players taking advantage, pushing the blue score over 50 points. As Beast Squared now continuing to shuttle fuel into that human player station. 93, the primary scorer for your Blue Alliance now, unloads a hopper up into the active blue hub. But red hub lights up. All attention shifts to the red side of the field. Here comes Walnuts and Bolts. Sky high up into that active red hub, as are the red human players, trying to claw their way back towards the Blue Alliance's lead. 1 minute remaining here in qualification match 29. Walnuts and Bolts in the middle of the field, picking up a couple of fuel, making their way back. As the blue human players start to unload into the active blue hub. Beast Squared tosses a few up themselves. As 93 spinning that intake in the center of the field, maybe having some drivetrain problems, doesn't appear to be navigating very well back over to the active blue hub. Blue Alliance just 7 fuel short of that energized ranking point. Let's see if the robots or the blue human players are able to get it done. They've got 99, and there's 100 for your Blue Alliance. But some of those are from penalties. They're going to need a couple more to get the bonus RP. As we head down to the final few seconds here, a last-second stream of fuel coming from Walnuts and Bolts as qualification match 29 is over. Scores are in for the last match. Blue Alliance is going to take home the victory. An even 100 to Red's 66. 3 ranking points going to your Blue Alliance.
29 matches down here at MROC. We have 8 left to go today, and then some mentor matches to round out the night. Another thrilling match. We got to see a couple of our teams that we've been keeping an eye on from today, 93 and Roundtable playing in this match. I think we're going to give a little attention to 93 and the Blue Alliance over here, a couple of our off-season demo teams as their partners. So right from the beginning, you know, something that we've loved about 93 throughout the day is just that big, just swoop into the middle, pick up as much fuel as they can, and just go. What do you guys think about this?
Yeah, and again, another opportunity of surfing. It's happening a ton today. It's happened a lot all season, let's be real, but a lot today. Maybe it's the fuel's been beaten up a little bit. Maybe the robots are a little bit tired from all season. But seeing that, then from there, we see a little robots on bumps. So it was put in intentional, right? The game designers aren't nice to swerve. They're trying to slow it down a little bit, right? There's been side conversations there, but these bumps were put into place to slow these robots down.
You know, I think something that a lot of people forget too is that each of these fuel weigh about a ½ pound. So if your robot has capacity of, 80 fuel, right, you're gaining an extra 40 pounds that your robot then has to be able to control, go over the bumps, etc. And I think that can be a lot for a driver to handle, especially newer drivers. What do you think, Ryder?
Yeah, especially with the intention that you have to be, or most robots that are going over the bump are tall anyways. So they already have that added extra weight that some of those, smaller than 30 inches trench bots are going to do. So, but I think that certainly swayed the match, and I thought it made a good match. So,
speaking of which, we're going to take it back to the field.
Alrighty, let's meet our teams for this next match. First team on this Red Alliance, please give it up for 17-14.
From St. Thomas More High School, driving the robot Flint, that's More Robotics.
Next team on this Red Alliance, please give it up for 12-20.
With their decked out robot Scoot, that's Rockhoppers.
Last team for this Red Alliance, please give it up for 62-23.
From Menominee Falls High School, Arsenal of Engineering.
First team on this Blue Alliance, give it up for 28-26.
Out of Oshkosh, that's Wave Robotics.
Next team, please give it up for 22-02.
From Brookfield East and Central High Schools, Beast Robotics.
Last team on this Blue Alliance, please give it up for 79-00.
From Racine, Trial and Terror, TNT. While we wait for these teams to get set, one quick announcement, folks. Qualification match 28 will be replayed at the beginning of matches tomorrow morning. Again, our match that got field faulted, qualification 28, will be replayed tomorrow morning. You have all night to think about a new strategy for that match. Or place bets on who's going to win. MROC does not condone betting.
It's a field full of thumbs up. Let's get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go!
Here we go. Qualification match number 30. Here comes Beast and Wave out into the center for the Blue Alliance. Wave Robotics launching fuel up and in. Turret seems to be off just a little bit, but their partners Beast able to score up into that blue hub. Here comes the Rock Hoppers. They were a late addition to the field, but it looks like their robot is working, just shooting a little bit over that red hub. So drivers step up, take the controls. During this transition period, both Alliance hubs are active. Blue Alliance, though, in the neutral zone area. Looks like 12-20 now for your Red Alliance, trying to push some fuel over. 17-14, solid flashing light on the field means the robot is not connected to the field management system. FTAs are going to go check it out, see if they are back up and moving. There they go, more robotics. Back in action, but it's Blue's active period. Here comes Wave Robotics with that unique design, differential turret, and cool-looking LEDs. They look to shoot. Their partners, the Beast from Brookfield, lobs a few up and in. That's going to continue to expand the Blue Alliance's lead with 5 more seconds in their active period. They're knocking on the door of 70 points. But 17-14, we've seen them shoot and score a lot of fuel. They've got one quick volley out now, back to collect fuel, trying to get another off in the beginning part of this active red period. Their partners, though, 12-20, taking aim from the far corner, uncontested, while Moore faces some defense. And just like that, Red is within 10 of the Blue Alliance. Here comes Beast Robotics, launching 1, 2 at a time up, as is their partners Wave Robotics, up and in using that turret mechanism, crossing the 100 fuel threshold to get that bonus RP. As we approach the final 30 seconds where both hubs are active, here comes more robotics. Once again, filling up that hub even before it's active. That way they maximize every second of scoring. They've got it within 30. Wave trying to pull ahead that lead. Moore trying to eat into it, as is the Rock Hoppers. Just 20 points separating these alliances now. Here comes the climbing hook from both 7900. They're up in the air. Their partners Beast. We might have a double climb here at MROC, folks. And as qualification match 30 comes to an end, we've got a couple robots up in the air. All right, this match was back and forth. Let's see who's going to come out on top. Your Red Alliance, 183 to 173. Very close match. Despite being down a robot for a bit, Red Alliance was able to rebound and come out on top, earning 4 ranking points in the win of qualification match 30.
Alrighty, let's meet our teams for this next match on the Red Alliance. First team, 8701.
Absolutely tube-tastic. That's Graffiti.
Second team on this Red Alliance, it's going to be 8531.
Joining the Green Invasion, that's the Terminators from Whitefish Bay.
Last team on this Red Alliance, please give it up for 1732.
Boarding the drive coach known as Wes. That's Hilltopper Robotics.
Blue Alliance first team, 10909.
From Madison, Wisconsin, Cutting Edge.
In the middle driver's station, it's going to be 6381.
Fear the Beard, Red Raider Robotics.
Last team on this Blue Alliance, give it up for 2062.
With their drive coach, Minecraft Steve, that's Core 2062.
Let's rock and roll for match 30. Oh, just kidding. They got you on that one.
Psych.
Come on, man.
That was a pretty good prank we pulled on you, Brandon.
Yeah, you guys got me pretty good there, not gonna lie.
Jay Willie hitting us with that last second thumbs down.
That's like the 4th time they've done that today, too. I mean, they're getting good at this.
He's kind of a menace.
Alrighty, let's rock and roll for qualification match 31. In 3, 2, 1, go!
Here we go. Core 2062 out in the center of the field, as is Hilltopper Robotics. Both robots filling up with fuel and making their way back. 1732 using that turret mechanism to stream fuel in. Core looks like they got caught up a little bit on that trench, not quite making their shots in. 1732 also caught on that bump, trying to make their way back over, but they get themselves freed up. Now trying to take advantage of this brief transition period while their hub is still active. Getting a few more points in, but all attention turns to the blue side of the field. 6381, the Sheboygan machine, taking position in front of that hub and scoring fuel up into the active blue hub. Core joining in. And with this last volley of fuel from 6381, they've now surpassed Red's score. But here comes the high-power Hilltopper machine. Fuel flying in from that turret mechanism as they clean up all the fuel they've accumulated in the Red Alliance station. Facing some heavy defense there from 10909. They are able to sneak by and now intake fuel from the depot as Cutting Edge continues to try to get in their way. Here comes Blue, Red Raider Robotics, already with a volley up and in. They've got a lot of fuel stockpiled as well. Some interesting noises coming out of the Terminators machine, moving a little slower than usual, but still able to disrupt Red Raider. However, Core 2062, with some fuel in hand, they score. They are just surpassing the 100-point threshold themselves. Things are pretty close right now, but Hilltopper's trying to put it away for Red as we head down to 45 seconds left in this match. They're getting pinned over in the corner of the Red Alliance area. However, that turret mechanism allows them to keep shooting no matter what, staying locked in on that Red active hub. Pulling out to a 40-point lead here is the Red Alliance, but Core and Red Raider both have fuel in their robots, both scoring into the active blue hub in the end game period. Taking shelter near that protected blue tower as we head under 20 seconds. Hilltoppers, though, full of fuel, and they are locked into the red hub as we head under 10 seconds, trying to cross 200 points. Blue trying to catch them with 3, 2, 1. This one is over. Scores are in for that last qualification match. Red Alliance is going to take home the victory on this one. 185 to 156. It was close, but Red pulled it out there in the end. Those 4 RPs are going to keep Hilltoppers in 4th and Graffiti up at number 8.
The conclusion of another great match. We're getting close to the end of day 1 here at MROC. 6 matches left to go. We're going to wrap things up after match 37 today. Though I do want to note, after match 37, the fun's not over quite yet. We are going to do MROC's mentor matches afterwards. We've got 4 alliances of teams that have chosen to have mentors drive their robots, students drive coach the mentors, and they will have a winner-takes-all tournament between the 4 teams. And the winners get to take home lovely MROC Mentor Match winner trophies. Of course, you do have to play cleanly in order to win the tournament. So hopefully...
Yeah, those shenanigans are going to have to be kept to a minimum. I know those refs are really trying to eye out and give those red cards as much as 2 teams as possible. There was some little trash talk earlier of some of those refs trying to get out some red cards. So we'll have to keep those rules. Everyone will probably try to play clean as possible for those mentor matches. So big thing is there's always a lot of trash talk between who drives it better, the mentors or the students.
Got to keep that gracious professionalism at an all-time high here.
Definitely. GP is our priority here along with safety. But the mentor matches are sure to be a hit tonight. So stick around for it after our qualifications wrap up, and let's see what alliance is able to take home the trophy. And let's go back to the field.
We are going to introduce our teams for the next match, starting off with Team 3596.
In their 16th season, Rocket Robotics.
They're joined by Team 11258.
In the rookie season, Honey Badgers.
And finishing off our Red Alliance is going to be Team 990.
Makwana Dos Bears.
Over on the opposite side of the field, starting us off with Team 1091.
In their 24th season, Oriole Assault.
They are joined by Team 9992.
Square Chair Robotics.
And joining their sister team, it's Team 1792.
Roundtable Robotics.
A few matches ago, we had a couple of teams where the sister teams were facing off against each other. This time, we've got 2 on the same alliance. While we're waiting for that thumbs up, how about another fun archaeology fact? Did you know Indiana Jones's signature look was actually stolen from a much older movie called The Secret of the Incas with Charlton Heston from 1954? There's our thumbs up. Let's look for treasure in 3, 2, 1, go!
2 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock for qualification match 32. In the middle of the field, we have a robot spinning around and around and around. That's the Honey Badgers. On the Blue Alliance, Roundtable Robotics comes back with a full load of fuel and looking like their normal selves, firing that fuel into that hub. Blue Alliance coming out of Autonomous with a healthy lead early on. Red Alliance, though, has some work to do, but anything can happen in First Robotics. Transition shift is up. Now it is Red Alliance's turn with just an active hub, with some defense being played on 1792 by 3596 Rocket Robotics. On that Red Alliance side, 1091 Oriole Assault playing some defense too, with some shots from the human player over there. Blue Alliance's turn at an active hub. The score so far 57-9. Blue Alliance looking to extend their lead. No Blue Alliance robots on that Blue Alliance side. 9992 Square Chair pushing some fuel over there to the other side of the field. 1792 Round Table swerving around defense, trying to get that Blue Alliance side. Red Alliance's turn with an active hub with some shots firing in. Makwana Dos Bears over there on that Red Alliance side. So far, a low-scoring match, as now it's Blue Alliance's turn with an active hub. 1792, Roundtable Robotics. They went to Worlds this year. They got invited. They did amazing at Worlds. Captain of Alliance 2, and made it all the way to playoff match on the Johnson Division. Match 12 in playoffs. Absolute stellar season from that team. 30 seconds left. We have Makwana Dos Bear stuck on that bump over there, as Honey Badgers look like they must be having a problem too. It might be a battery issue. Just continuing, same story over again. 1792 firing shots into that hub as we are running out of time. 3, 2, 1. Time expires. Scores are in for that last match. It's going to go to the Blue Alliance. They take it home 108-17. Blue Alliance walking away with 4 ranking points, and all 3 Blue Alliance robots moving up in the rankings.
And we're back here in the MROC Live desk. Happy to be joined by Elijah. Welcome to the table.
Hello.
So, Elijah, you're the drive coach for Roundtable, right?
Yes, I am.
So, how was the last match? Can you walk us through it?
I mean, it was a little bit rougher. We would like to put up more balls than that, but I mean, we were really happy to have a successful autonomous. But it's something we've been looking for all day. We were able to intake all our balls and shoot off almost a full hopper during that autonomous mode. We were really happy about that.
Yeah, from there, so going into here, you're talking about that, you're kind of finishing off your hopper, your swipe through here during the autonomous period up here. So, what's that first reaction here of what happens after autonomous period? What's going into communication to your drivers? Walk me through it here.
Immediately, I'm telling them to go fill up that hopper. I mean, we have an 85-ball hopper. We'd like to get that completely full before an active period. We ended up winning autonomous, so just moving into that the second shift. Yeah.
So, gives you a little bit more time to fill up that hopper, right?
Yeah.
Nice. No, so in here, so we're halfway through that shift. You guys are coming back over to your side. What caused that that shift? Just quantity of balls in that middle zone, or what caused that there?
So we had a little bit of a rougher time. Intake actually broke partially in between autonomous and that second shift. We got it back right about here, actually. We pressed our intake button and like, oh, okay, the chain went back on our sprocket, actually. Kind of just hopped back on. So
let's start introducing our
got
teams
that back. So we were able to semi-score for the rest of the match. We started rounding out for endgame, but I mean, we were able to at least put the balls we needed to get that win.
Newer faces on the block. It's 9993.
With that, we'll send back to
Newer
the field.
Apple Core.
They are going to be joined by Team 930.
Mukwonago Bears.
And joining their newer team, it's going to be Team 93.
New Apple Core.
Over on the blue side of the field, in purple, it's 6643.
Walnuts and Bolts.
They're going to be joined in pink by Team 706.
Currently ranked 10th, Cyberhawks.
And finishing off this alliance, it's going to be 9991.
Beast Squared.
All right, we've got our thumbs up to get this match going in 3, 2, 1, go.
We are off for qualification match 33 here at MROC. Both alliances have human players shooting that fuel, and then a wave of fuel comes from that Red Alliance side. A barrage team effort there from Team 93 and 930. Buzzer sounds and the Red Alliance is going to start out ahead, which means they're going to lose their hub here soon in a couple seconds. Blue Alliance's turn at an active hub. 706 Cyberhawks trying to stay ranked 10th, if not move up in the rankings after this match, trying to get a win here. And they are slowly clawing back at that Red Alliance lead. So far, a tight match, as now we're going to switch over to the Red Alliance side. The hometown team, 930. Man, they won this event back in 2024 and 2023. They're looking to try to do it again here at MROC, as anything is possible in First Robotics. Also, a couple weeks ago, they went to Synthwave Showdown, and they also won that. Very successful for them for this 2026 season. On that Blue Alliance side, Cyberhawks, finalist at 7 Rivers. Gonna start shooting some fuel into that hub. A steady stream goes into it as they have a gap to make up to that Red Alliance. Red Alliance did surpass the energized RP of 100 fuel. Blue Alliance very close there. Team 93, New Apple Corps. Back in 2024 for MROC, they won the Engineering Design Award. And in 2026, Appleton, they won the Excellence in Engineering Award. Very good season for them also out of that Team 93. As 30 seconds surpasses for this match, Red Alliance has an active hub over there. Same for the Blue Alliance. Red Alliance with a pretty healthy lead so far. Blue Alliance slowly clawing back though. 10 seconds left in this match. Both alliances shooting their last little bits of fuel as we come to the end. 2, 1. As the buzzer sounds for the end of the match. We got some scores. And it's going to go to the Red Alliance. They take home the W. 197 to 109. All three Red Alliance robots move up in the rankings. And Red Alliance also gets 4 ranking points. MROC, we have a lost phone. It was found at the concessions. If you want your phone back, please come down here and we will give it back to you.
We're going to introduce our teams for qualifications match number 34, starting off with team 1259.
Currently your 5th ranked team, Paradigm Shift.
They are joined by team 5096.
The Teutonic Force.
And fighting for freedom, it's team 6318.
Currently ranked 9th, Freedom Engineers.
They've got the will of iron. It's team 6574.
Your ranked number 2 team, Ferrodermis.
Next to them, it's team 1306.
Currently ranked number 1, Badgerbots.
And finishing off this alliance, it's team 10909.
In their rookie season, Cutting Edge.
Let's see what these teams have in store for us in 3, 2, 1, go!
Qualification match number 34 is underway. Looks like Blue Alliance is going to strike first with some fuel in the hub. As both sides firing fuel into their active hubs. Coming to the end of the autonomous period. Blue Alliance with a pretty steady lead as a pretty steady flow of fuel from 1306 Badgerbots. Blue Alliance is going to surge ahead out of the autonomous period and have a huge lead early on. But they're going to lose that active hub in a little bit. But Badgerbots, as always, squeezing every second out of the transition period. Red Alliance shooting some fuel into that hub. That is 5096. 5096. They won MROC in 2025. I talked to some of the kids from that team, and they said they had an excellent season. They put on some very cool LEDs. But the Blue Alliance surging ahead and extending this lead even more. Badgerbots and Ferrodermis ranked 2 and 1 out of those both teams. Just continuing to pile on the fuel with some shots from Cutting Edge. Red Alliance, do they have an answer? We're going to find out here. There is some fuel going into that hub. Paradigm Shift giving it everything they got here in this match. As they have a pretty large deficit to make up. Good thing is that they got the Energize RP. Blue Alliance, they get the active hub now. And it is raining fuel here at MROC. Wow. 356 so far for that Blue Alliance, and continuing to put more fuel into that hub. Badgerbots, they've had an amazing season. 2026 Lakeland event winners, 2026 Appleton event winners, and 2026 district event finalists for state. An amazing season out of that team. Ferrodermis intaking some fuel on that Blue Alliance side as we're coming to 10 seconds left. Paradigm Shift throwing in some shots. Blue Alliance continuing to pour it on as we're coming to the end of this match. 3, 2, 1. Time is up.
Got scores? Question mark? Yes, we do. It goes to the Blue Alliance. They take home the victory with a high score so far in the event. 467 to 138. Badgerbots in Theodermis staying where they are in the rankings and picking up 5 ranking points.
And we're back here at the MROC Live Desk. Wow, that's the match we've been waiting for this afternoon. Back to those new high-scoring matches. So that was great to see.
Absolutely no surprises on my end. Badgerbots and Ferrodermis have consistently been towards the top of the rankings all day. It was just a bit of serendipity here for them to end up together and really just show out.
Yeah, I mean, something that separates these two teams is their consistency in auto, right? We see Ferrodermis does get caught up, which is definitely unlike them at this event. However, their robot is able to recover in auto and still shoot out those game pieces that they did collect. Not necessarily a close scoring auto here, but still helpful towards their eventual match high score.
Yeah, from here, that's a 70-point match head start, and then again, going into this game. You get that first transition 10 seconds to go back, so you see Badgerbots going back there. You see Ferrodermis taking a different approach. They're filling that hopper up, getting all of those fuel into that hopper during that transition shift and that extra first shift that Red has. So you on the flip side of that, the Red Alliance doesn't have that time to prepare.
Absolutely. I'd also like to point out Cutting Edge 10909, who's going through, and they're doing this. They're coming through, and they just keep doing circles. And what they're doing is they're actually forcing all of this fuel to just go back. And so when Ferrodermis and Badgerbots get back into their alliance zone, then they are just ready to pick up after they get that first unload and really make the most of their on shift. And I think that was something that really helped propel them to that 400-plus score that they saw this match.
100%.
Yeah, so with that, let's send this next match, and let's get that next high score for MROC.
Back down here over on the field, it's time to introduce our teams for our next qualification match, starting with Team 1220.
Currently ranked number 6, Rockhoppers.
Riding the wave, it's Team 2826.
From Oshkosh, Wisconsin, Wave Robotics.
They're chained to the rhythm, it's Team 2062.
From Waukesha, Wisconsin, Core.
Over on the other side of the field, let's give it up for Team 2202.
From Brookfield, Wisconsin, Beast Robotics.
They're joined by Team 1732.
Currently ranked 4th, Hilltopper Robotics.
And finishing it off, it's Team 9990.
Mukwanados Bears.
We've got our thumbs up. We're going to get the... Oh, never mind. We're back to a thumbs down.
Man, they just keep getting us out here.
Got to be quicker than that. Now we've got that thumbs up. We're going to get going in 3, 2, 1, go.
Robots moving for qualification match 35 here at MROC. And robots also shooting. This should be a very good match as Blue Alliance surging ahead early on, coming to the end of autonomous. It's going to be the Blue Alliance 81-29. Very close to that energized RP already. Blue Alliance's hub gets ran out. Now it is all Red Alliance. 28-26. They went to Worlds this year. They got the first Impact Award at Seven Rivers. They also got the first Impact Award at Wisconsin State Championship. They went to Worlds. They competed on the Archimedes division. A very good season from Wave Robotics. As now it is 17-32. Another team that went to Worlds, and they also won state this year. Just continuing to put up that fuel as they are about to gap the Red Alliance by 100 points. 28-26 coming over to play some hard defense on that Blue Alliance. Not going to go down without a fight. 2062 core getting stuck on that bump and now surfing across some fuel there for a moment in time. Rock Hoppers trying to stay ranked 6th, if not move up. Playing against their big brother, 1732 on that Blue Alliance. Now, I mean, it's same story over again. Blue Alliance just keep on pouring in that fuel. As this match is getting closer with 40 seconds left in it. And I talked to Hilltopper, and they've had a great year. This is their first year that their junior team, 12-20 on the other side, some kids are coming up from it and being on 1732. And their first year of doing Hilltop Helpers also. As they just keep putting on the fuel and extending that gap even more. Red Alliance, human players throwing in some fuel last second, not going down without a fight. 3, 2, 1. Robots come to a halt as time expires. Scores for that last match. It's gonna go to the Blue Alliance. They take home the victory. 321-124. Hilltopper is gonna move up to 3rd.
We are getting close to the end of the day here, folks. Let's find out who's competing in this match, starting with Team 93.
New Apple Core.
They're joined by Team 7900.
Trial and Terror.
And finishing up this wonderful alliance, it's going to be 62-23.
Arsenal of Engineering.
Now, if I were to ask you what time is it, what would you say? I was going to say dinner time, but I guess 9:30 works too. Welcome, Team 930.
McWanago Bears.
They are joined by Team 11258.
Honey Badgers.
And finishing up the Blue Alliance is 8531.
Terminators.
Qualification match 36 kicks off in 3, 2, 1, go!
If you haven't picked up on it yet, it is the autonomous portion. Robots moving fully programmed for this match. As shots of fuel, as always, firing in from both sides, the Red and Blue Alliance side, coming to the end of autonomous. Buzzer sounds, 2 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock for teleoperated period. Red Alliance is going to get the first active hub, and Team 93, New Apple Corp, coming back with a full load of fuel. I talked to them earlier today, and they said their 2026 season is pretty successful. They made it to playoffs every competition they went to. They also added a quest nav to their robot and bettered their autos for this year, which is a huge success for that Team 93 team as they continue to keep shooting into that active hub. Blue Alliance with a deficit early on, but they're not going to go down without a fight with 930 on their team. Our event hosts trying to shoot into that hub, but man, Trial and Terror are playing some great defense on them. It's going to switch over to the Red Alliance, and they hold the lead so far. As more shots firing in, also from Arsenal of Engineering from Menominee Falls, Wisconsin, currently ranked 12th, looking to move up in the rankings. In the middle of the field, looks like we have a down robot, Honey Badgers. Unfortunately, not moving. Now they are moving now, look at that, as I say something. Blue Alliance is going to need Honey Badgers to start moving or shooting as they are behind still, and 930 is getting shut down by defense of Trial and Terror. Gold star performance from that red robot. Coming up on 30 seconds left in this match, Red Alliance has a comfortable lead. They also got that energized RP. Looking to put it away. And they do, and they're trying to, as it now is about to surpass 200 points, coming to 15 seconds left in this match. A couple more shots will let them surpass, but Blue Alliance not going to go down without a fight, of course. Team 930 shooting uncontested into that hub. Coming to the end of this match, 2, 1. Time expires. We got some scores for that last match. It's going to go to the Red Alliance. They win and take the victory 235 to 111. New Apple Corps is going to move up to that 9th ranked position. Arsenal of Engineering is going to move up to 10th, and they also walk away with 4 ranking points.
All right, this is our final qualification match for today. Let's hear a big cheer for all of our competitions that we've had here today. There we go. All right, you have my sword, you have my bow, you have their axe. It's Team 1306.
Currently ranked first, that is Badger Bots.
They're going to be joined by the Beast of 9991.
Beast Squared.
And one more team, it's 1714.
Currently ranked fourth, more Robotics.
On over to the blue side of the field, we've got the Raiders of 6381.
Currently ranked sixth, Red Raider Robotics.
They're joined by Team 5096.
The Teutonic Force.
And wrapping up this alliance is going to be 6643.
Walnuts and Bolts.
We've got our thumbs up for our last qualification match of the day. Let's get it going in 3, 2, 1, go!
Rocking and rolling for 2 minutes and 40 seconds of the last qualification match of our day before mentor matches. On that Red Alliance, fuel being poured on to that active hub. It looks like 1714 stopped their autonomous as Badger bots, though, coming back with a full load of fuel and letting it fly. So far early on, it is the Red Alliance with a good lead. Red Alliance has the #1 ranked team on it, Badger bots. They've had a great season too. Looking to continue it here at MROC. 1 fuel shy for that Red Alliance. Blue Alliance trying, they're on the chasing mode now, trying to come back and give this Red Alliance a competition. Red Raider Robotics trying to stay ranked 6th or move up in the rankings as always. As their hub turns off, now it is all Red Alliance, and it is pouring fuel from our 2 robots over there, 1714 and 1306. 9991 coming back to that Red Alliance, pushing some fuel around. That is Beast Squared. Comfortable lead from that Red Alliance, but Blue Alliance not going down without a fight. Some shots from the human player also being thrown in. Every fuel matters here in the rebuilt game, as anything can happen. Coming up on 1 minute left in this match. Guess what? It is Red Alliance's turn. They get that active hub next, chasing after that supercharged RP. If they get that supercharged RP, they might have 5 ranking points this match. The tall task, though, they got to get all the way to 360. In the middle of the field, Beast Squared pushing some fuel onto that Red Alliance side, helping them out. But there's some defense on that Red Alliance side. 50, 96 playing some defense, trying to stop this Red Alliance from scoring more fuel. It's a valiant effort, but they just keep scoring. Blue Alliance human players still throwing fuel into that hub. Coming up on the end of this match, 3, 2, 1. Time is up for our last match of the day before mentor matches. Scores are posted for qualification. Match 37, it goes to the Red Alliance. They take the victory, 337 to 117, coming up just short on that supercharged RP, but not walking away empty-handed as they got 4 ranking points.
All right, we want to give a big thanks to all of our teams and volunteers here at MROC for your hard work and gracious professionalism today. We're going to clear the field here and get ready for our mentor match tournament, where 4 alliances are going head-to-head for the coveted title of MROC Mentor Match Champions. Sit tight.
Testing. Okay. Starting off on our red alliance, we have 63-18.
Freedom Engineers.
All right. Second, we have Team 93.
New Apple Core.
And finally, what's better than robotics?
More robotics.
All right. Now, starting off on our blue alliance, we have 1306.
Badger Bots.
Next, we have 6223.
Arsenal of Engineering.
Did I say it right? I don't know. And finally, we have 1732.
Hilltopper Robotics.
I go? All right. Ready? 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, this match is going to be a banger because I know bangers. Right off in auto, we have the Blue Alliance, Badger Bots, and Hilltoppers filling up that hub. Over on the Red Alliance, we have Freedom Engineers putting up a couple fuel into that hub. Let's see who wins this autonomous period. It's looking like the Blue Alliance is going to take it. Both human players. All right, coming out of our autonomous period, the Blue Alliance is winning. Let's see what they can do with the rest of this match. Over on our Red Alliance, Team 1714 is putting up a full hopper into that hub. Team 1306 is getting stuck under one of their trenches. Back over on the Red Alliance, looks like 6318 got a little bit stuck on a couple of fuel, but they are playing again, which is really cool to see. 93 is trying to fill up some of their hopper in that neutral zone, coming over during their active period. All right, we have 5 seconds left in this first active period, and then the Blue Alliance gets their time to shine. All right, 1306 is playing a little bit of defense on 1714. Our Blue Alliance is now ready to score. 1732 is using that opportunity immediately. All right, 6223 is looking to maybe trying to fill up their hopper in the neutral zone, maybe playing some defense. 1306 is trying to get back over into their alliance zone. Let's see them shoot a full hopper into their alliance hub. All right, that sound means our active period is now switched over to our Red Alliance. Looks like 6318 is trying to score a couple of that fuel into the hub. 93 is sitting in the middle, maybe doing some driver practice in the middle of the field. Not sure what they're doing. All right, 6381 is still trying to fill up their hopper. We got a minute left in this match. It's looking pretty tight. Our Red Alliance is still winning, though. Let's see if the Blue Alliance can answer back now in their active period. 1306 is filling up, but they're getting a little bit of defense from 1714. 1732 in the corner trying to push some of that fuel into their human player stations. We're getting some human player throws. Look at that, accurate. I love to see it, love to see it. It's kind of what you want, though. All right, we're hitting 200 points with 30 seconds left. All right, our final active period. Both of our alliances can have a chance to score here. Our Blue Alliance is still ahead. Looking like 93 is stuck in that neutral zone. Let's see if they can get back before this ends. 1714 still playing defense on Badger Bots over in the corner. We're in the pin count over there. Let's see. All right, we got 6 seconds left over here. 2, 1, and this one is over. Ready? All right, let's see our scores for our first mentor matchup for MROC 2025. Gonna be the Blue Alliance.
All right, what an explosive first match, huh?
Yeah, love to see our mentors out there.
Yeah, we saw some amazing plays from all of our robots that we know and love.
So many of these great teams, great mentors in this first match.
Yep, love to see it out there. Some competitive play for sure.
We also saw some crazy defense coming from the Blue Alliance.
Yeah, definitely. Okay. So we're going to pull a replay of that match now. Move ahead.
Yeah, starting at autos here looked really good. 1306 going right out there to the middle. It looks like, unfortunately, they were unable to shoot, but 1732 is just out there just filling that hub up. It looks like on the Red Alliance we're getting a lot of action from our human players.
Very strong start from Blue, for sure.
Yeah, and 1714 is just going out there, getting all those balls in the center. Looks like 1306 is still trying to shoot.
93 and I think that, yep, 63-18, getting a little bit stuck, but.
Yeah.
Overall, a strong match.
Yeah. It looks like we're getting some defense from the Blue Alliance here.
All right, not too shabby.
Testing. Testing. Hello.
It sounds like it's on. Hold on.
Okay. Starting off at our Red Alliance, we have 85-31.
That's the Terminators.
Next, we have 65-74.
Ferrodermis.
And finally, what time is it?
That's the McGuanago Bears.
All right, starting off on our Blue Alliance, we have 2062.
That's Core 2062.
Next, we have Team 2202.
Beast Robotics.
And finally, we have Team 3596.
Rocket Robotics.
I think I did them all correct. Yeah.
Oh, you have to count down.
Yeah, I gotta count down. How dare you?
Sorry. Jumping the gun. Justin.
All right. 3, 2, 1.
All right, we're getting our second mentor match. Something tells me something's going to happen in this match, but I don't know what. All 6 robots are moving. We got our Red Alliance Ferrodermis filling up. They're going to go back over into their alliance zone, hopefully to score a lot of fuel up in this autonomous period. We see, whoa, all of our human players thrown from behind their areas. I don't think that's allowed. All right, coming out into our teleop here. Not sure who won. Looks like the Red Alliance. They're at about 160 points coming out of autonomous. Our first period goes to our Blue Alliance. We see 2202 trying to fill up in their zone. Maybe shooting a couple fuel. Greg Bildu is doing some full field shots. I don't know if that's allowed. He's really strong. Oh my gosh. All right, 9:30 in the middle, looking to fill up, maybe to go dump, not sure. We're about 137 points. We got 1 minute and 45 seconds left. 9:30 is doing a big dump right into their hub. We have Ferrodermis doing the same thing. Our Blue Alliance is trying to go over and try to defend maybe. All right, we're looking at 1 minute and 30 seconds left in this match. Both of our alliances are basically tied up at this point. It's anyone's game. Ferrodermis is playing a little bit of defense against Beast Robotics. Our Red Alliance is still trying to score their last fuel. Now it's the Blue Alliance's turn to score. Ferrodermis is filling up in the middle again. All right, 9:30 is getting that fuel in that neutral zone. Let's see if our Blue Alliance can score. We got our human players doing lots of throws. Making a couple, missing a lot. You know how it goes. It's kind of what you want, though. 9:30 is filling up once again. We got 55 seconds left. We got our human players throwing more. Our Red Alliance is scoring. We're at 450 points for them. They have about a 200-point lead on our Blue Alliance. Let's see if our Blue Alliance is able to answer back in these last 40 seconds of this match. We got more of our Ferrodermis' human player trying to throw and get a couple more points for the Red Alliance. Looks like Fair is not moving, unfortunately, but 9:30 is making up for it. They're sending a bunch of fuel into that hub. We got 30 seconds left, heading into our endgame period. All right, 2202. Beast is trying to go into that Red Alliance trench. We got 9:30 trying to fill up once again. We have 15 seconds in this match. Red Alliance is still leading by over 200 points. What can the Blue Alliance do? All right, both of our alliances can score, and we're heading into the last 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And our mentor matches are over. Let's give a big hand for all of our mentors who were able to drive the robots today. All right, watch your referee.
Just say. I think I said
I want to see a 0. I already. Thank you. Ready? No penalties. Have no. Oh. We're making up the rules. And then. Alrighty, scores are in. Oh, maybe not. No, that's not the score. That's not the score. We have a red card to give. Oh, it is? That's the score. But we have not one, but 2 red cards to give to Greg from 930 for his wandering and for his misusage of fuel. Yeah, Greg. Yeah, come over here, Greg. All right, teams, what an exciting end to our day. That is the last we have here at MROC on Saturday. I hope this makes you appreciate your student drivers a little bit more. We are wrapping up here on the field, but outside by the concessions, we have free ice cream for anyone who would like it, as well as our team social down in the North Gym, and then a unofficial mentor social at a nearby restaurant. So please stay, enjoy, and if your team ordered pizzas, they are ready for you as well. Attention teams, the pits are